Welcome, everybody. We are live here in Chapmanville, West Virginia, as we got Friday Night Football here live on the D&D Sports Network, as we got the A-Team crew here tonight in Chapmanville. Joe Kinser to my left, JJ Pruitt on the production, and Darryl McCoy here, as we got a good one lined up here for Friday Night Football. Joe, Chapmanville hosting Sissonville.
Well, for Chapmanville, it's milestones for both these programs. For the Tigers, it's their 75th year of football. For Sissonville, it's their 90th year. But both these programs kind of going in opposite directions right now. First, for Sissonville, they went winless 0-10 under first-year head coach Jeremy Harrison. They suffered hardships through the transfer portal. They were down to 18 to 20 players, not enough players, no depth. But now they've won that battle. They have 38 players. They have a good freshman class. They have 5 veteran players back from last year. So they're trying to build a program. Zach Belcher here at Chapmanville Regional, 5-5, 1 season to go, just missing out on the playoffs. They have nearly their entire team back from 1 year ago, about 90% of the team. So Chapmanville Regional, Darryl and JJ, they're trying to take that next step and get into the playoffs, and just not get into the playoffs, but perhaps knock down the door, go through it, and make a deep run into the postseason in November, maybe in the early December here in West Virginia. So, this is the 18th meeting between these two teams, and Sissonville, although Chapmanville's won the last two, the Indians, they lead the series 10 games to 7, and more times than not, these two teams, it's really very competitive ball games when these two teams hook up.
Well, guys, as you can see tonight, we got the new scoreboard brought to you courtesy of Toller Brothers Building in Logan and Gilbert. And we're going to let JJ take a second to thank all of our gracious sponsors for making tonight's broadcast possible.
Absolutely. And we want to remind everybody that at the end of the day, we could not do this without any of our sponsors. I mean, it's a team effort from top to bottom. And, we want to give a shout out to Aracoma Drug. We want to give a shout out to McCoy Dental. If you're looking to get some dental work done, they will definitely give you a great deal on that. We want to thank the Wild and Wonderful Smoke, located in Logan, West Virginia. We want to thank Genmar Services. We want to thank the Logan Bank and Trust. We want to give a shout out to Cheech's Pizza. We also want to give a shout out to the Southside Buildings and Carports, the Tuck Valley Wellness Clinic. We want to thank Misty Birchfield at State Farm. We want to give a shout out to the Markham Law Office, Quality Metal Roofing, where you can get phenomenal deals. You can get great deals on carports, good metal roofing. That is the perfect place to go to. We want to give a shout out to City Cuts. If you're looking for a fresh haircut, I know my main man Darryl just got one recently, and they are definitely the place to go to. Absolutely. And we also want to give a shout out to Restoration One.
Restoration One, any mold removal, flood damage, smoke damage, they can get you back to running 100% in the quickest amount of time possible, Joe. So as we're going to sit here, guys, Joe, as you look at this ball game, Chapmanville comes in, after a really solid season last year. I think they was happy with last year overall in Zach Belcher's first year, and now he's looking to take on year 2. And I know they've been at work all summer, so exciting to see what the Tigers bring to the table.
Absolutely. Quarterback Robert Cook threw for nearly 700 yards 1 year ago. He shared time with Nate Easterling. Well, Easterling now is over in Madison playing for the Skyhawks, and now Dakota Dalton. You've talked about him for years. He's going to get some playing time at QB as he is a freshman, and this is a very solid freshman class, 10 deep for the Chapmanville Regional Tigers. Jeremy Collins comes back at running back. He rushed for nearly 500 yards. Preston Kovach, look for him to get some carries this year. And I know that Coach Zach Belcher really high on Kovach on the defensive side of the football. And then, of course, receiving. You have Austin Atkins and Andrew Topping. And then the offensive line, Darryl, and this is a good problem to have if you're Coach Belcher. No seniors on that offensive line. 3 juniors in Ryan Bell, Braden Adams, and Dawson Atkins. And also you have 1 senior, you have a freshman at left tackle, David Browning, and a sophomore in Jackson Topping. So, again, 3 juniors, a freshman, and a sophomore. And then on defensive side of the football, the middle linebacker, the ball hawk is back. Eli Pridemore, first team All-State 1 year ago. He was in the top 5 in the D&D stat category in tackles, 134 one season ago. So really high optimistic atmosphere here on Crawley Creek this year for 2024 version of the Tigers. And one thing about Chapmanville, they made the postseason a couple of years ago, but it's been all the way back to 2011 since they won a playoff game. Not a lot of playoff appearances here for the Tigers over the last several years outside of 2022. They want to get back into the postseason, and the Tigers fans, JJ, think that 2024 is the year to get that done.
Absolutely, and I think that there's a good chance as well. And, I'm still learning about the rosters, but you definitely gave me a brief summary of everything. And, I'm really looking forward to seeing this kid that, you said was an All-Stater last year for Chapmanville. I'm very excited.
And one thing about Pridemore, I saw him one time last year live. I saw him several times on the D&D Sports Network when we broadcast Chapmanville Regional Tigers football action, but played against Herbert Hoover. That was a very competitive game last year. I think it was only a two-possession win for the Huskies. Pridemore is all over the field.
Absolutely.
You can't run away from him. He is all over the field, and he has good field awareness.
Pridemore is a freak of nature.
Absolutely.
One of my favorite players to watch night in, night out. Excited to see him back on the gridiron. Definitely want to thank our great crew, as always, up here in the booth at Chapmanville. One of the best when it comes to PA announcer and clock keeper. And you see the band down here, JJ, as we'll take the sponsors down here for a second and get to see the band. They don't get much airtime, so we'll let everybody check the wonderful band here out at Chapmanville. And they got a little bit of everything, band, majorette, cheerleaders, all do a fabulous job supporting their beloved Tigers.
Absolutely, and if you can play an instrument, I think that's a phenomenal talent. That's something that you don't see that many people can do, and I think that it definitely should be acknowledged anytime you can find, a good quality band like the Chapmanville.
And when I think of high school football, Friday Night Lights, it's a band.
Yep.
They don't have a lot of numbers, but they do an excellent job, and that's a lost start. Really, that's one thing that's fading here in southern West Virginia for the high schools is band participation. And, Chapmanville, they still have a band. Sounding good right now.
Oh, yeah.
Some schools don't have a band. So I think a band is part of Friday Night Lights.
It's a nice luxury to have, Joe. As you see the Indians over there and the Chapmanville cheerleaders going out here to tunnel time. We'll step out for one quick break. And, let's see. We'll stay right here as the Tigers are set to come out, and then we'll take a quick break.
Darryl, we just want to remind everyone, if you see the camouflage uniforms for Chapmanville Regional, not in the traditional orange and black, but they're in the camouflage, it's Military Appreciation Night. So that's the reason they have the American flag patch emblem on the side of the jersey. So that's the reason why you see different uniforms tonight for Chapmanville Regional. Again, kicking off its 75th year of high school football.
I love these camo unis.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, if they wanted to start a new tradition and wear camo unis all the time, I wouldn't complain.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you, it gets old quick, but I love it when they do it. But I have seen some that wear them all the time, and it gets old. As we're sitting here, JJ, this is JJ's first game on the mic.
Yeah,
So,
really?
Yeah, the rookie. Yeah.
You're killing it so far, on the morning show.
Hey, I really appreciate it.
You're killing it.
They've told me ever since I was 12 years old that I should be doing something like this. So, I'm trying to, do whatever my calling is.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some
And here
noise for
comes your Chapmanville Tigers. Tigers coming out, flags in hand here for military appreciation, and you see the Chapmanville Tiger flag. Cannot wait. And you talked a little bit about Dakota Dalton there, Joe. If you haven't seen this young man throw a football and whip a football around the football field, this young man is one. He reminds me. Not his style is completely different than Brody Dalton's,
right.
But the type of prospect he is. Brody was that same type coming out of 8th grade, one of the best 8th graders I'd seen. Well, Dakota had a fabulous year last year. Only been playing football. This is his 3rd year, and I'm telling you right now, if this kid focuses on it, puts his head down and his nose to the grindstone, this kid got an opportunity to play Division I quarterback. He's got the attributes.
I know the last couple of years, you've talked about Dalton a lot, but I didn't realize this is only his third year. So he's still learning the game of football.
Yep.
I mean, that just amazes me.
Absolutely, and he's a monster, man. When you look at his size, he's a freak of nature.
Andrew Topping, one of the captains out there. Eli Pridemore for Chapmanville Regional. Also, you'll have number 82, Gage White, and number 7, Robert Cook, the senior quarterback.
Somebody says, Michelle Maynard says, Robert, can you believe Bobby is missing a game? As I said, Michelle Maynard, trust me, he didn't want to. Make sure you leave him comments and questions in the comment section below. Let us know where you're watching from and who you are rooting for. As these boys, when they go home, they want to see you on there cheering them on. Now, guys, last year, if you was listening to Chapmanville Tiger football, you may be missing our trusted voice here in Chapmanville, James Barker. He has returned to the sidelines and is the offensive coordinator for the Chapmanville Tigers. And so, Joe, you got to call a lot of games with him last year. We're sure going to miss him in the booth.
He makes me feel old because I've known him since he's been a little kid. He's no longer a kid, okay? And he does a great job broadcasting. He was a long-time offensive coordinator here at Chapmanville, was the head coach. Now he's back at OC, and when I hooked up with him at Herbert Hoover last year, okay, he was sitting there just chomping at the bit. He says, I love his broadcasting, but, man, I miss that coaching. So, for football, D&D Sports Network, our loss is Zach Belcher's game right now.
I think that Barker, basketball season, if things don't change his mind, I think he'll be returning to the booth with us. But right now, he's over there helping Barker and the Tigers try to win this ball game. Now, as you look down the sideline, slew of Tigers over there, or Indians, and then over here, you got the Chapmanville Tigers. And Joe, the other thing that I'm interested in is, how the offensive line. I'm wanting to see what this offensive line does for Chapmanville.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a veteran ball club, but they're still young. You have 3 juniors in Bell, Adams, and Atkins. The sophomore center, Jackson Topping. Our sons are named Jackson, spelled the same. Yep. You know what I mean? And the left tackle, only a freshman. This will be his first time. And again, on the high school level, making his high school debut. Again, Chapmanville Regional. They're very high on this freshman class.
And number 5, Nate Young.
Nate Young, number 5. He's one of 5 veterans back from last year's ball club for Sissonville. He's back deep to receive the kickoff. Also, you're going to have Brody Scott, a junior. So really, outside of 5-6 players that are veterans on this Sissonville ball club, really they're trying to get everyone experience.
Well, here you go. As we're set to kick off. And again, Joe, started raining right before kickoff. See how it affects the game if there's any slipping issues. It's a return there, Joe, by number 2.
There's 2-3 missed tackles. He's coming up this near
sideline.
One man to beat inside the 10.
There you go, Joe. Go ahead.
Touchdown.
Gosh.
Wow, that's at least 80 yards.
That's not the way you want to start out if you're Zach Belcher and the Tigers.
And for a team that you said was 0-10 last year, that's definitely a perfect way to make a statement for the opening game.
Well, let me tell you this. They was 0-10, Joe, but they don't get this wrong. They was competitive.
And so, it's in a few games.
Yeah.
Now, the Scott game, they were competitive for about 2.5 quarters. That was Brody Scott on the kickoff return.
You knew you had to play them. Whenever you come, you couldn't just lay down, because if you laid down, Sissonville could beat you. This year here, they strike quick with the kickoff return to start the game there.
The kicker is going to be Charles Swain, a freshman. And the hold is going to be Nathan Young.
And right through the uprights, Joe. Makes it 7-0. Sissonville on top of Chapmanville. We'll take a quick break, then we'll be right back here on the D&D Sports Network.
Stop by
Eric Homa Drug today and let them fill your prescription. Eric Homa Drug has been serving the Chapmanville community for over 46 years. They're a proud supporter of the Chapmanville Tigers and all mountain athletes. Southside Buildings and Carports and Southside Shed Hunters of Louisa, Kentucky offers shed hauling services up to 16 by 52 long buildings. We also have lofted cabins, utility cabins, garages, man caves, she sheds that you can customize and order to your wants and needs with many different options such as workbenches, shelving, transom windows, and much more. You can go to the location or buy using 3D Builder's online order system. You can build right from your own home. We offer metal garages and carports that are built to any size and installed right on your property. For more info, call 304-928-0060 or 304-928-0062. Here at Southside Buildings and Carports, we've got you covered. We are back here at Chapmanville. Sissonville strikes quick with the kickoff return to start the game. Joe Kinser, 7-0 lead for the Indians over the Chapmanville Tigers.
I tell you what, they'll just take the home crowd completely out of it. Swain's going to kick off, and it's going to be a squib kick. Marion Corbett at the 18. He's up the middle. He's got some room. He's across the 40, and we have a penalty flag flying. That's a good arm there by the back judge.
Around the 45-yard line. Stop paid by number 6.
As you're sitting here, guys, if you're tuning in, you're listening to one of the legends on the microphone, Mr. Joe Kinser, our ace broadcaster here in the booth. And then we got J.J. Pruitt, the rookie, and myself, Darryl McCoy, on the call tonight for Friday Night Football here on the D&D Sports Network.
I got to get the $100 bill out of my pocket and give it to you, Darryl. I paid you to say that, okay? I paid for you to say that.
You've earned it, Joe. That's for sure.
Here's one thing, guys. I mean, it was 98 degrees at 2 o'clock today, and then a thunderstorm jerked it down about 78 or 80. Low humidity when we got here about 5:30. But when I walked out the door about 30 minutes before kickoff, I mean, it is very humid. So last night on Minor Mountain, we saw a lot of cramping. So we'll see if we'll have those issues here tonight.
You will. Every game. First couple weeks, you will be hampered with cramps.
And it was brutal last night. It seemed like every other possession there was 2 or 3 people that had cramps.
There we go. That's Cook. Splits the difference between the two holes there, Joe, and runs right up the right side, picking up a nice gain in the first down.
Yeah, that's a gain of 11. And that's just, just picture textbook that time, running behind the right guard and tackle and Adams and Robinette. First down and 10 at the Sissonville 49. We're going to overload the right side. Cook is going to keep it himself. He's going to try to turn the edge. He does. He has another Tiger first down, still on his feet, and he's forced out of bounds at around the 30-yard line.
Cook's carry is again more than enough.
That's Noah Evans, the sophomore, on the tackle.
First down.
Joe, looked at the Massey ratings today. For people that don't know that, that's the bettors. That's what you call Vegas. They put odds out for high school football games, and the odds for this game, the predicted score was 46-6 Chapmanville. So Sissonville's already exceeded that.
Shotgun formation, and that's Dakota Dalton, the freshman.
He can really whip that around. I'm surprised he come in the middle of the drive, Joe.
And that's going to be a big tackle for loss.
Yeah. And credit Sissonville, the defensive coordinator. He done exactly what you're supposed to do when you see a young quarterback back there in the backfield, Joe, and that's bring the heat.
That was Nicholas Slade. He just knifed through the right guard and tackled that time, and that's going to be a loss of about 3 on the play, second down long. So let's see if it's going to be a passing situation for the first time this season for the Tigers. Dalton still in a quarterback.
Oh, fumble.
Fumbles the snap. He's going to have to pick it up, and that's going to be.
Fumble on the play.
Well, Dalton actually is going to pick up maybe a yard.
Nice job there.
And on the play is going to be Sean Wheeler. So it's now 3rd down and 12.
It looks like Dalton. Looks like something happened to Dalton's fingers there.
So the first 2 plays on the drive's quarterback keeper by Cook. Back-to-back first downs, and now the drive is getting ready to threaten to stall here. 3rd down and 12. Cook now back in a quarterback. And they're going to flip Pridemore over to the left side. Play clock's down to 3. Cook rolling out to the left side. He's going to fire. It's caught inside the 15-yard line. Some extra yardage, and that's going to be good enough for a Chapmanville Regional first down. Andrew Topping, the senior wide receiver, one of the 2 top targets last year for Cook.
Joe, last night, numbers came in. Over 50,000 people watched that Mingo Central Tuck Valley game. Let's see if the Chapmanville faithful can top that. Hit that like and share button. Get these numbers up for these kids. Let them know where you're watching from, who you're rooting for in the comment section below.
I live in Buchanan. It was up to 40. It was up to 40,000 before I hit Charleston.
Yeah. Go Cook in the shotgun formation here.
And there's a straight handoff over to the left side. Goodness gracious!
Wow, what a
That's
Let's check this
Pridemore
out
trucking
again, Joe. Let's see if we got that on replay.
They trucked him, and it was up to 40. It was up to 40,000 before I hit Charleston.
Yeah. Go Cook in the shotgun formation here.
And there's a straight handoff over to the left side. Goodness gracious!
Wow, what a play there by Pridemore. And Joe, right there just shows you, he brings that same kind of intensity to the offensive side of the ball.
Pridemore in the backfield with Dakota Dalton. They're going to flip him over now from the left to the right side. Play clock's down to 5. Dalton's going to keep it himself. He's going to try to cut inside the 2, down to the 1-yard line, and it'll be a 1st and goal for the Tigers.
Nice run by the young freshman. Joe, and the one thing about Dakota Dalton, if you don't know this kid, he has a bag full of swag. He does not lack in confidence.
And the one thing, JJ, about that, and Darryl, the way that play worked, it was the pitch. Everyone went for the handoff. Everybody thought Pridemore was going to get it, and the only thing Dakota Dalton had to say is, like, I'm going to go over to the right side.
Joe, I like what they're doing. They're bringing him in now. They seen he was a little nervous, and they're bringing him in small doses. And once he gets a couple of them positive plays, watch out here as we near the second half.
Andrew Topping, he's going to dot the I. Easy, walking into the end zone for the Tigers touchdown.
That's going to keep the Tigers down 1 right now, 7-6, as they come out to kick the extra point. As we got the first Tiger from JR of the season. Hopefully there'll be many more coming ahead.
Jackson Topping, Braden Adams, and also Atkins, Dawson Atkins, great blocking up front.
Who's this kicking?
That's John Farrell. He's a junior for the point after. Snap is high. It's down. Kick is up, and it's going to be good.
Ties it up, 7-all. Chapmanville and Sissonville knotted up at 7s. We'll take a quick break. Be right back as we continue Friday Night Football on the D&D Sports Network. Come on down to Three Guys Pizza and Brew in Williamson, West Virginia. We're located on the corner of Harvey Street and 3rd Avenue. We got great deals on pizzas, sandwiches, and more. Get great service with great pricing. Enjoy your birthday or ball games with us here at Three Guys Pizza and Brew. Look forward to seeing you.
Get ready to rev your engines and hit the trails on October 10th through the 13th at the 23rd National Trail Fest in Gilbert, West Virginia. With miles of award-winning trails, sanctioned drag racing, live music, and thrilling poker runs, there's nonstop excitement for everyone. Indulge in mouth-watering food and discover unique finds from our vendors. Located in scenic southern West Virginia, it's the perfect escape from it all.
We're back here at Chapmanville as you got Friday Night Football live on the D&D Sports Network. tied up 7-all here. Chapmanville scored on the topping touchdown. And now, Joe, 7:40 to go. It's up to Sissonville. See if they can answer. Last time they was in this situation, they ran one back on the opening kickoff.
Let's see if they're going to squib it this time or if they'll go deep. Again, if you're just watching the game, Sissonville took one back. Brody Scott, 80-plus yards to take the lead. Andrew Topping just tied the game. That's Corbett, here comes the pitch. Oh, that's Young on the reverse across the 30, the 40, going to get up to around midfield.
Nice job on the return.
That's Noah Evans, number 6. So good job there by Evans.
Number 6, Noah Evans on the kickoff return. Brings it up to around midfield.
Now, the Indians are going to start this drive in good field position here, Joe, at the 50. Right now, Chapmanville special teams, that's one thing they're going to have to clean up as the game goes on.
I think I'll just squib kick it next time if I'm the Tigers.
Yeah.
Hunter Balog, he is the quarterback. He started since the second half of last year. Straight handoff, and that's going to be a tackle for loss for the Tigers. That's Benji Atkins, the junior.
Benji Atkins on the stop for the Tigers backfield.
Darryl, I'm really curious to see how both of these teams do on the defensive side. But speaking of the defensive side, I want to give a shout-out to my man Nathaniel Smith, who is the defensive coordinator for Mann High School. So apparently last night, they were able to force 8 turnovers against Logan. Darryl, what do you think about that?
Great job there by the Hillbilly defense.
Absolutely.
Here we go. He's in the shotgun, right up the gut.
And nothing doing there for Sissonville. The defensive line holding up for the Tigers on back-to-back stops. So it's going to be third down and long as Franklin Borders, a junior, again, this is his first start.
Pick up of about 1, brings up third and 9 now for Sissonville.
So they give him a gain of 1 on the forward progress. Third down and long. It's a passing down for Balog.
You see Maddox blocked there, back in the gun.
He's going to roll to the near side. He's under pressure. He's going to throw it, and it's going to be caught for a first down in traffic.
Quarterback number 7, Maddox Balog.
That's Noah Evans, the sophomore.
I'll tell you what, Noah Evans has come up big time in the special teams and in the offense so far here, Joe.
Absolutely. That's a gain of 14 on that first down reception in traffic.
Billy Davis says the legendary Joe Kinser and the other guy on the call. And Joe's got a lot of fans.
Oh, Billy, $100. First down and 10 for the 35 of the Tigers, Sissonville. And off the Borders, he's going to get some running room this time. Positive yardage. Tackled that time by Jeremy Collins, a junior. He was the third on the team in tackles last year.
Pick up about 6 on that carry. Now brings up second and 4 now for the Indians.
And guys, Sissonville on the back-to-back plays, their offensive line beginning to establish itself. 3 brand new members on that line. Hand off again to Borders. Nowhere to go.
Nothing there. Good job by the interior of this Chapmanville Tiger D-line.
Met in the backfield by the defensive line of the Tigers. Loss of 1. Brings up
third down and 5. It's really 4-down territory for Sissonville. Tell us where you're watching from. Martin County leading 12-6 at halftime. Joey Fields is watching, the head coach of Herbert Hoover. Back to pass, going to throw it, and that's miscommunication between the quarterback and wide receiver that time.
Nobody home. That's going to bring up fourth down.
One thing about Joey, last night they erased a 16-point second half deficit, and he's like, forget this, I have a kicker, my snapper's struggling, I'm just going to go for 2. And They were unstoppable. So 4th down and 5 now for the Indians. 2 receivers up top, single back set. And put a man in motion. Blog looking left, throws it, it's tipped. And guess what? The Tigers will take over on downs. That's big Benji Atkins. About 6'4", putting that paw up, Darryl.
Listen, Benji Atkins, if you've not seen that kid, he's a multi-sport athlete. Got quick feet and nimble hands, as you've seen him there. Getting a hand on the ball, breaking that up, Joe. Going to keep it 7-7, 4:21 to go here in the first quarter.
Dakota Dalton now in the backfield. They're just interchanging between Cook and Dalton, and that is by design. Empty backfield, trips over to the top side. Screen pass. Getting a couple blocks. Good gain, good first down. Across midfield, down to the Sissonville 40-yard line. That's Austin Atkins, the leading receiver from 1 year ago, on the screen.
Chapmanville, first down.
Gain of 25. Cook now 2 of 2 passing for 46 yards. Same formation. You just overload that side. You use the other 2 receivers to block. Now they're going to put Cook in the backfield alongside of Dalton. There's the handoff to Cook. Cook's got some running room, and that's going to be another Tiger first down.
Pick up about 12, maybe 13 on that. That will be more than enough for another Chapmanville.
But Darryl, that offensive line really doing a great job.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job right now, and that's why, you put Robert Cook and Dakota Dalton both out there, who are you going to stop? Pick your poison.
Cook 3 carries, 41 yards already.
Nice job. Nice hard count by Dakota Dalton, pulling the D-line off the sides. A freshman making a veteran move there, Joe.
And remember, I don't care how good of a middle school athlete you are, they'll tell you it's a whole lot different from middle school to the high school level. But Dalton, like you said, that's a play that you see junior and senior quarterbacks execute. 1st and 5 at the 21.
You definitely don't see a kid that's been playing the sport for 3 years make that play.
Tied at 7. Humid night here on Crawley Creek. It's the season opener for both these programs. Atkins is in the slot up top. Hand off to Pridemore. Pridemore was hit at the line of scrimmage, but guess what? Yeah, he's dragging everybody.
Yeah.
Positive yardage for Pridemore.
Pridemore on the carry.
Gain of about 7.
Brought down by 22 defenders. Pridemore carries more than enough for another
James Barker, 1 year hiatus from coaching, back as the OC, and he's doing an excellent job mixing it up. Pridemore now coming out of the game, and Preston Kovach, the junior. I was told that he was going to get some carries this year. Second leading tackler behind Pridemore on the defensive side of the football 1 year ago. 1st and 10 now at the 16-yard line. Atkins in motion. Dalton rolls to the near side, looks, fires, complete. Atkins down to about the 7-yard line.
Dalton pass to Atkins is complete.
So we have a update.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find it here.
Pick up of about 8 on it.
Martin County
9, I don't know.
is leading Pike Central 12-6 in the Pike County Bowl.
Who's Martin County playing?
Pike Central.
For the Tigers.
Appreciate Stephen Cassador for the update.
1st and goal near the 7-yard line. They're going to overload the right side. Dalton in the gun. Directing traffic. Now Cook's going to go in the backfield. There's the handoff to Cook. Cook is going to lunge down to about the 1.5 yard line. Great blocking by the center and left interior of that line.
Joe, if they can continue to move the football like this and control the clock like this, Chapmanville's going to win a lot of ball games this year.
Absolutely. So the ball is now at the 2, where it'll be second down and goal. Pridemore now back in the game. Cook, who started the game a quarterback, he's being interchanging. He's Chapmanville's leading rusher, 46 yards on only 4 carries. They're going to dot the I again. Now it's a wishbone. Give to Pridemore. Touchdown, Chapmanville Regional out of the wishbone.
Pridemore punches it in for a Chapmanville touchdown.
Again, excellent blocking by Jackson Topping, Ryan Bell, Braden Adams, Dawson Atkins, and David Browning.
And just sitting here, and we got Mackenzie Allen Michael says your all's game is going better than ours. What game are you talking about?
Well, he's watching Bridgeport and his alma mater, Buchanan Upshur.
Oh, okay.
There's the kick. It's up and good.
And that's going to leave the score 14-7. Chapmanville on top of Sissonville. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back here on the D&D Sports Network Friday Night Football.
Get ready to rev your engines and hit the trails on October 10th through the 13th at the 23rd National Trail Fest in Gilbert, West Virginia. With miles of award-winning trails, sanctioned drag racing, live music, and thrilling poker runs, there's nonstop excitement for everyone. Indulge in mouth-watering food and discover unique finds from our vendors. Located in scenic southern West Virginia, it's the perfect escape from it all.
If you're injured in a car wreck, don't delay. Give me a call today, Justin Markham. Here at Markham Law Office, we will fight for you. Don't settle for a handshake and a small check from the insurance companies. Give us a call. Don't take on the big insurance companies alone. We will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Here at Markham Law Office, you're more than a client. You're family, and we take care of family. Give me a call, Justin Markham, attorney at law.
If you was pushed out of the area because of loss of work in the coal industry, look no longer. Jim Marr is here for you. Jim Marr is now hiring for all positions in the coal field. Stop by their offices in Logan, West Virginia or in Wheeling, West Virginia and apply today. And we are back here, Friday Night Football on the D&D Sports Network. Chapmanville leads Sissonville 14-7. Joe Kinser, J.J. Pruitt, and Darryl McCoy on the call. They kicked it deep, Joe. And
that's Scott again, and much improved that time for the Tigers.
And I'll tell you what, it's dangerous kicking the Scott.
Cooper Perry, the freshman, in there on the tackle. So Dakota Dalton getting a lot of snaps at quarterback, but Robert Cook, 101 yards of total offense. He has 55 yards passing and 46 on the ground.
And we ain't even through the first quarter.
I love how offensive coordinator James Barker is handling this offense, mixing it up, interchanging Dalton and Cook, several different running backs, including Cook. Maddox Balog back in the shotgun. 1st and 10 from the 28. Looks near side. Low throw. It's incomplete.
Balog's pass intended for Nathan Young.
As Andrew Topping, the senior, on the coverage for the Tigers. Balog now 1 of 4 passing for 14 yards. Sissonville only 21 yards of total offense so far here in the first quarter. But they have over 120 yards on kickoff returns. Second down and 10. Straight handoff. That's going to be a big TFL.
Yes, it was. They sniffed that one out in a hurry, Joe.
The line didn't even have a chance. That's Caleb Robinette, the senior, coming in.
Caleb
making the play.
Stop for the Tigers.
Third down and long.
On the carry. Brings it 3rd and 11 now.
That should be the final play of the first quarter, Darryl.
As we go to the second quarter, Chapmanville.
And it is. That ends the first quarter. It is Chapmanville 14, Sissonville 7. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll come right back. Second quarter action coming up next here live from Chapmanville, West Virginia. Stop by Treasures Unlimited, located in the old Highland Myers building in Kermit, West Virginia. They have a little bit of everything. Tents, TVs, furniture, bikes, bins, whatever you need, they have you at Treasures Unlimited. They also want to say, Go Panthers!
Here at Logan Bank and Trust, we are committed to serving the needs of the Southern coalfields. So if you need to borrow money, remember, we are just a click away.
Here at LB&T, we make online banking easy.
We've taken the hassle out of applying for a loan on our new website. It's as simple as going to our lbnt.com website and choosing the loan product that best suits your needs.
Your loan on your time. Visit us at lbnt.com. You're only a click away.
So if you need to borrow money, remember, we are just a click away. It's easy to apply online at lbnt.com. And all decisions are made locally. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
And we're back here in Chapmanville. Tigers up 14-7 on Sissonville. As you see, roll out, and it's going to be a gain of about 5 on the play, Joe. That was Robert Cook on the pass.
And on the tackle for the Tigers was Jeremy Collins.
Jeremy Collins for the Tigers.
Total offense, 1 quarter of play. Chapmanville Regional dominating that one, 120-20.
Pick up about 5 on that one. Brings up, we got 4th and 5 now for Sissonville.
So the Tigers now 2 back to receive the punt. Low line drive takes about 3 hops, picked up, bobbled at about the 35. There's a spin move. Atkins across the 40, midfield, into Sissonville territory, breaks a couple more tackles, and down at about the 44-yard line.
Nice return there by Atkins. Fumbled the snap, Joe, and I think that got the kicking team a little out of sort there, and they ended up taking advantage of it. Nice return by the Tigers.
Well, guys, offensive coordinator James Barker, after coming out of his hiatus, he's back to coaching. His offense is going to try to do the hat trick, trying to go 3 for 3. This is Chapmanville's 3rd consecutive possession.
It's looking like a well-oiled machine right now with the freshman QB running the show, Dakota Dalton.
Now they have Atkins and Topping down here at the bottom. Dalton, the quarterback. Pridemore in the backfield. 1 receiver up to the top. Straight handoff. Nope, there's the keeper by Dalton, and Dalton's going to truck a defender, and he's going to get positive yardage inside the 40.
I tell you what, that kid right there with his size, you're going to see a lot of truck sticks by him in the future, because he's one that I promise you, you're not going to see many DBs the size of him. So he's normally going to have the weight advantage when it comes to any collision.
Chapmanville now 73 yards on the ground, 55 through the air. Second down short from the Sissonville 37. But that offensive line, guys, really doing its job up front. Dalton looking to throw for the first time, and it's going to be deflected, incomplete.
Dalton's pass intended for number 12, Benji Atkins.
Trying to get it to Benji Atkins that time, and that was Chase Harding, the junior, on the deflected pass.
It brings up 3rd and 2nd now for Chapmanville.
Shell Maynard says, let's play some defense, boys. Mackenzie Allen Michaels says 48-0 Bridgeport. They put in their 2nd string already.
Robert C. Bird. I tell you, they blew out Kinser last night by 41. Third down and manageable now for the Tigers. Quarterback's going to keep it himself over the right side. That's a first down. Inside the 30, inside the 20. That's Robert Cook. 5. Is he in? Touch. No, down at the 1 yard line. Robert Cook, 36 yards.
Joe, let's take a look at that run again. Nice run by Robert Cook.
That's Robert Cook. 5. Is he in? Touch. No, down at the 1. So first and goal at the 1. The first 2 times when the Tigers are first and goal, they go into the, the first time they went into the eye. The second time they went into the wishbone. Let's see what they'll break out here. I think they may have to burn a timeout. Timeout Tigers.
They'll call the timeout as they take one. We will too, Joe. We'll be right back here in just a second as the Tigers lead Sissonville 14-7 here on D&D Sports Network's Friday Night Football. If you want to work for the nicest fleet of trucks around, call Eric's Trucking. Right now we are hiring for 18 and 10-wheeler drivers. Must have CDLs. Eric's Trucking is a proud supporter of the Mingo Central Miners, Tug Valley Panthers, and all mountain athletes. If you're looking for a friendly and fun atmosphere to enjoy your daily cuisine, come to Cheech's Pizza in Lenore, West Virginia. Cheech's Pizza has world-renowned cheese sticks, delicious pizza, and the best subs in the pizza and pasta game. Don't forget to take advantage of our milkshake shop located inside. Bring your family down to meet ours. We are the place that treats you like family from the second you pull in the parking lot. We look forward to seeing you here at Cheech's Pizza. Back here in Chapmanville, West Virginia, Chapmanville leads Sissonville 14-7, and they're knocking on the door again. Joe Kinser, J.J. Pruitt, Darryl McCoy on the call.
And looks like it's going to be the wishbone. Andrew Topping. In the back of it, left side is Kovach, right side is Pridemore. Cook is under center. And Cook is going to keep it himself. Touchdown over the left side. Great fake to the fullback Pridemore, and Cook just walked in.
As they say, Tiger, Tiger, Tiger. Got the war chant going hot and heavy here tonight, JJ.
Man, this atmosphere is insane. There's nothing like Friday Night Lights.
No, nothing like it. JJ, this is your first game where you've got to be on the mic. You ain't said much, but how you liking it so far?
Well, one of the main things that I'm trying to do is take notes from the legendary commentator to my left. You know, I'm trying to dissect everything that he's saying, you know, paying attention to what he's saying about the offenses and about the defenses. That way, whenever I'm on my own with you, I'll be able to do a better job commentating.
You see Coach James Barker there.
JJ, you really have to like how Chapmanville Regional's changing up the offense with the quarterbacks and really just how they're doing things right now.
Absolutely. It seems like they're executing on every single end on the offensive side. It's like every single play that they call, no matter what it is, it seems like it seems to be working at the moment.
And, you know, it all begins up front. You know, they're still young up front, but they have one freshman making his high school debut, but it all begins.
Look at this formation, Joe.
A little muddle huddle action.
Yep. Oh, wow. Nice job, wide open, executed to perfection. And you see Coach James Barker very excited.
Andrew Topping caught it.
Andrew Topping's in for 2.
Tell you what, you won't find many more in the business as good as James Barker, Joe Kinser.
I think he got bored. I think he got bored on the extra points, and he's like, hey, I want to do a little muddle huddle action, and that was just perfection right there.
I tell you what, a lot of people don't know, Chapmanville has a nationally ranked kicker coming up. It's a freshman. Ashton McClanahan.
I tell you, Chapmanville's solid, you know, the middle school level coming up in football and basketball.
Joe, you see the fans over there near the road. Everybody was tailgating here 4 hours before kickoff. And you know it's football season when you see the packed stadium here.
I bet that would be a fun place to watch the game from.
Head coach Zach Belcher's got to be loving it right now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, guys, we're live here from Barker Stadium. Tigers all over Sissonville, 22-7 early, 9:59 to go here in the second quarter.
Nicole Ellis says, way to go, Andrew. Way to go, Robert. Michelle Maynard, Tiger, Tiger, Tiger. Dustin Chafin says, what's the west side of Wyoming East score? We'll have to get that. Try to get an update. It's hard to get updates down in Wyoming County.
Yeah, make sure you guys stick around, guys, as we'll have the double quick halftime report, and we'll get you caught up on all the scores from around the region. If you have any updates, please send them in.
And let's see here. So that's going to be John Farrell kicking it off for the Tigers. Now, last time the special teams coverage was much improved for Zach Belcher's ball club. High end over end kick. It takes a few bounces, and they're going to see if it's going to go in the end zone. Does it?
No, it went at the 1. What a kick there. Sissonville's going to have their backs against the wall, Joe. And I don't know why he sat there and let that roll out like that.
That's a special teams mistake that time. Yeah. Chapmanville's made a couple. Now the Indians made a critical one right there.
Yeah. So right now, if you're Zach Belcher, you're bringing the heat, right, Joe?
Well, here's the thing. If it goes out of bounds, that'd be a penalty on Chapman.
Yeah.
That'd be a penalty on Chapmanville.
Andrew Hensley says, James Barker is back, baby.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It went out of bounds, so it's going to be a legal procedure.
That's true, yeah.
So it's going to be a penalty. If it was a punt,
yeah. It was a kick, yeah. So they're going to start the drive here on the 35.
I never seen a flag.
Cuban night here in southern West Virginia. So the Indians are already down by 15. Maddox Balog. Looking, throws. It's a short pass. It's complete. It's fumbled. Chapmanville's got it. B.G. Atkins. The reception was made by Jacob Coleman.
First down, Chapmanville.
The turf monster, I guess, calls that one, and B.G. Atkins just popped on it.
Big play by Benji Atkins. Joe, I don't know if you got to see, but Chapmanville had some breaking news today as they picked up a big transfer coming in from Russell, Logan Havanack.
I saw that on the D&D Sports Network. Don't know nothing about it. So
big pickup.
Brad don't get transfers. What are you talking about?
Well, I'll tell you what, he's got one heck of a team, and he's loading up for another state title. He is the best in the business.
First down and 10, the ball at the Sissonville 36. Let's see if they take a quick shot this time following the turnover. Indians trying to get a guy off the field. He dives out there, and they're going to take the shot over the middle. It is complete there by Dalton. Inside the 10, inside the 8-yard line, down to about the 6. It's going to be first and goal now for the Tigers.
And let's look at that one more time, Joe, for another state title. He is the best in the business.
First down and 10, the ball at the Sissonville 36. Let's see if they take a quick shot this time following the turnover. Indians trying to get a guy off the field. He dives out there, and they're going to take the shot over the middle. It is complete there by Dalton. Inside the 10, inside the 8-yard line. It's now 3 catches, 57 yards.
Yeah, big play there. Coda Dalton showcasing that nice arm off early here, Joe, as and listen, credit the offensive line because they're giving their young gunslinger a lot of time to throw it.
And we got Sharon and Chris Ramey in the comment section saying the Tigers are on fire.
The Tigers offense is smoking it
absolutely.
Like I do on NCAA on PS5.
I just bought a PlayStation 2 the other day for nostalgic reasons.
There we go. And
Brad Moore, and he's going to go into the end zone for the Tiger touchdown.
Eli Pridemore,
his second of the night.
we're sitting here. What a job by the Tigers here early in the second half. 28-7 lead, and they're looking to tack on the extra point here.
And that strike takes 47 seconds. They scored at the 9:59 mark, now at the 9:12. And Farrell's going to boot that one good.
And that'll take us to the break. It's Chapmanville leading Sissonville 29-7. We'll take a quick break. Be right back. More on Friday Night Football. Come on down to Three Guys Pizza and Brew in Williamson, West Virginia. We're located on the corner of Harvey Street and 3rd Avenue. We got great deals on pizzas, sandwiches, and more. Get great service with great pricing. Enjoy your birthday or ball games with us here at Three Guys Pizza and Brew. Look forward to seeing you. And we are back here in Chapmanville. As you see the Sissonville cheerleaders trying to get their fans up in arms, but it's hard to cheer right now as the Tigers are all over the Indians 29-7 with 9:12 to go here in the second quarter. Joe Kinser, J.J. Pruitt, and Darryl McCoy on the call. You're watching the Mountains leader in sporting news.
You know, you think about coaches at Chapmanville Regional High School, the Mule, Ronnie Newton, the only softball coach that Chapmanville Regional has ever had. Did you know that back in 1999 he coached the football team into the playoffs?
No.
Yes, 1999.
Did not know that.
The Mule.
Called him the Mule.
The only softball coach that this school's ever had.
And he's a legendary one.
Zach Belcher trying to get 2024 off to a good start. And 29-7 your score. The Tigers on top on this humid night here in Crowley Creek. Strong kick this time again. It's taken down by Brewer, and he's going to be met. The special teams coverage is much better, sharing the tackle for the second time tonight on special teams is going to be number 25, Cooper Perry, the freshman.
Number 80, Walker Johnson.
Also Walker Johnson in on the play.
So now the Indians will take over, Darryl, at the 21-yard line.
Now, Joe, you mentioned before the game the rules have changed and they extended the running clock to 42 points now, right?
In the second half.
In the second half.
West Virginia finally caught up with Virginia and Kentucky. Used to be it had to be a gentleman's agreement with the coaches to agree on running clock. Now it's 42. I still think it's too high, but you know, at least they got it now. Back to passes Balog. He's going to air it out. He's got a man out there and just overthrows his intended target, Nathan Young, the senior. He's their leading playmaker of the last 2 years. Balog is now 3 of 7 passing for 22 yards, and now we're going to have a lightning delay.
Yeah. Team's going to take the locker room here, and as the players go to the locker room, we're going to take a quick break, Joe, and then we'll be right back here on Friday Night Football. You're watching the D&D Sports Network. If you got a big job to get done, don't just trust any flagging service. Call Diamond Flagging Service. Diamond Flagging Service keeps your community safe while also making sure it stays moving. Give Diamond Flagging Service a call today for their services. They also offer amazing job opportunities. Diamond Flagging Services, proud supporter of the Mountain Athletes.
Get ready to rev your engines and hit the trails on October 10th through the 13th at the 23rd National Trail Fest in Gilbert, West Virginia. With miles of award-winning trails, sanctioned drag racing, live music, and thrilling polka runs, there's nonstop excitement for everyone. Indulge in mouth-watering food and discover unique finds from our vendors. Located in scenic southern West Virginia, It's the perfect escape from it all.
Don't be stuck out in the harsh weather this winter. Make sure you get your car right and stop by Western Auto, located in Kermit, West Virginia. They're also a certified steel dealer, so if you're looking for outdoor or car needs, call Western Auto today.
If you're injured in a car wreck, don't delay. Give me a call today, Justin Markham. Here at Markham Law Office, we will fight for you. Don't settle for a handshake and a small check from the insurance companies. Give us a call. Don't take on the big insurance companies alone. We will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Here at Markham Law Office, you're more than a client. You're family, and we take care of family. Give me a call, Justin Markham, attorney at law.
If you were pushed out of the area because of loss of work in the coal industry, look no longer. Jim Marr is here for you. Jim Marr is now hiring for all positions in the coal field. Stop by their offices in Logan, West Virginia or in Wheeling, West Virginia and apply today. And then we can jack around for a minute. Okay. And we are back here as and I did not mean we was going to jack around. We're going to sit here. 9 minutes to go. We're on a 30-minute lightning delay, guys. And as we do it, we want to take a second and let you guys thank all of our sponsors as you see them on the big screen there. A loaded, packed house here in Chapmanville, and these fans, they're hungry for more, Joe, as Chapmanville come out 29 quick points. This offense has scored every time they've touched the ball, and very excited to see how the rest of this game goes.
Well, Zach Belcher, he wanted James Barker back, and the defense, has been complimentary. The lone touchdown for Sissonville came on an 80-plus yard open kickoff return by Brody Scott, the junior. But after that, it's been Katie Bardador. But I've liked Chapmanville's offense so far. Robert Cook, the starting quarterback, who's been sharing a lot of time with Dakota Dalton, the freshman. Cook, 83 yards on the ground, 55 more through the air. And Pridemore, he has Eli Pridemore, 21 yards rushing and a couple of touchdowns. And then throwing the football, Dakota Dalton, he's 1 of 2 for 23 yards. So it's been a very well-balanced oil machine offense for Coach Zach Belcher's Chapmanville Regional Tigers.
It has, and listen, Pridemore, he's done it on both sides of the ball, as expected. And again, Robert Cook has played outstanding. I love the senior. You can tell that he has really took the opportunity to tutor the young quarterback, Dakota Dalton. I love that he's not out trying to compete him, trying to run him off the field. They're working together right now, and you're looking and seeing magic happen here at Barker Stadium.
Well, I was getting ready to say the same thing because, kids are different nowadays.
Yeah.
So Cook could have very easily said, hey, wait a minute, I'm a senior.
Yeah.
I'm not sharing time with the freshman. No, he's going to buy his time.
Yeah.
But he's bought in,
Yep.
and he's helping the young man, and they're complimenting each other. And then you have Preston Kovach. He's a blocking back in there.
Yeah.
Pridemore been blocking back. He's been getting some carries. They've gone spread, wishbone, power eye, and then you mix in a little bit of a passing game as well. So then you flip the side over on the defense. And as much as the Chapmanville offensive line has dominated, the defensive line has as well.
Well, Joe, and that's very understandable, if Cook would have said that. But I think Cook understands that this young quarterback is the future of Chapmanville Tiger football. And, right now he's doing everything he can to make sure Dakota Dalton comes along nice because he knows, if you can get that quarterback where he needs to be with the talent he's got, this team could go deep in the playoffs. Real quick, we got a lot of comments. Joseph Chapman says, back in the day, we never took no stinking lightning break. There's a big lightning break, Joe, so it just lightning again.
Yeah, as soon as you said that.
Yeah. The Amber Niece says, I lived down the street and it did thunder and lightning. Odell Dingus said, Tiger, 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 Bull, Big Ben, the bulldozer. Said, you a man, is that rain?
And the fans are scrambling now.
And Lonnie Hayes said, "Hot Mike." And Lonnie, when I got JJ around, he always gets me. He comes back before we're supposed to, and that's twice he's done me like that. But luckily, I wasn't saying anything too bad, JJ.
Forever throwing me under the bus.
Big Ben doing good tonight. Odell Dingus, David Ratliff said Cody Dalton was the best, learned by the best. Then Bill Joe says, "I agree, the best sports network in the business." And Janice Roden says, "Bill Joe, I agree, best sports network, D&D, make it possible for us to be able to watch all the way from Ohio."
Absolutely. And we got another comment. Odell Dingus says, "Chapmanville's blocking is top notch.
Yep.
Coaches deserves a compliment. Blocking is great."
Yep. So there you go. Real quick, Joe, we're going to let JJ talk about the sponsors here, and then we'll take a quick commercial break, and then we'll be right back to discuss some of the other games going on around the area.
Absolutely, and this is one of my favorite parts of the games. I get a chance to thank each and every one of our sponsors. At the end of the day, we couldn't do this without you guys. I mean, you guys are our biggest supporters, and we want to each and every weekend we want to have an opportunity to stream these games for all of the audiences that can't make it to the games. So first of all, I want to give a shout out to Eric Drug. We want to thank McCoy Dental. If you're in need of some dental work, this is the perfect place for you to give a call to. We want to give a shout out to Wild and Wonderful Smoke. If you're somebody that is a vapor, this is a perfect place for you to get one of those. We want to give a shout out to Genmar Services. We want to give a shout out to Logan Bank and Trust. It's a phenomenal bank. They will definitely take care of you if you go down there. We want to give a shout out to Cheech's Pizza. Southside Buildings and Carports. We want to thank the Tuck Valley Wellness Clinic for everything that they do to try to, help individuals get better each and every day. We want to give a shout out to Missy Birchfield at State Farm. We also want to thank Markham Law Office. Quality Metal Roofing, where if you need any kind of metal roofing or a carport, they are the perfect place to do it. They give you free estimates, and they will definitely take care of you. We want to give a shout out to City Cuts. If you're in need of a fresh haircut, they're the perfect place for you to go to get one. We also want to thank Restoration One, and we also would like to give a special shout out to Pit Stop, Domino Printing, and Trail Fest as well. Now, Trail Fest is going to be on October the 10th, and if you're somebody that is into trail riding and riding ATVs and things like that and poker runs, that is a perfect place for you to go to. It's going to be a phenomenal weekend, and it's going to be a heck of a turnout. And on top of that, you actually have a month to prepare, so you can definitely make the preparations within the next month to go there. Absolutely.
Well, JJ, I'm trying to get on my cell phone to get some scores from other games, and I can't get it to load up.
Well, what is the name of the website that you're trying to go to? Maybe I can.
WVMetroNews.com.
WV Metro News.
Yeah. So
let me see.
So last night, Herbert Hoover came from behind. They erased a 2-touchdown deficit in the second half. They defeated the Independents 37-30. Mingo Central dropping a 14-6 decision to Tug Valley last night. So great job there for Haiti Ford and the Tug Valley Panthers. Off to that 1-0 start. Tug Valley is going to go to Sherman next week, while Mingo Central will travel to West Side. I know that Robert Seabird defeated Kinser by 41. Princeton over Capital, and I think he struck out as well. So,
absolutely. And I'll tell you another person I want to give a shout out to one more time is my boy Nathaniel Smith. He is the defensive coordinator for the Man High School Hillbillies, and I'm telling you, he did a phenomenal job last night. How many turnovers did you say that he forced? Was it 8 or was it 9 of them?
8 turnovers, 4 picks, and 4 fumbles. I know that Trade Ward had 6 catches for 101 yards and a touchdown, but for the 86th meeting between Logan and Man, it was the Man Hillbillies again getting the best of the cast. But here's the thing, I mean, when Jared McCormick called me up last night, I live in Buckhannon, so I was probably at mile marker when he called me back, 49. He said, "Hey, Joe." I said, "What?" He goes, "Man, I tell you what," he goes, "Cameron's story, I'm reading it right now. 8 turnovers. Cameron's standing over your right shoulder, so he's a near shot." So
yeah, he comes through in the clutch.
Yeah, so I said, he didn't tell me the final score, so I said, "Well, how bad did Man win, by 60?"
I'm a Logan grad, 8 turnovers. So he said, no, they only won by 7. I'm sitting there shaking my head. I'm like, how can you force 8 turnovers and you only win by 6 points? I mean, a win's a win, but I would have thought they'd won by 60.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a positive that, you know how good your defense is, but now it's like, okay, maybe we need to make a few adjustments on the offensive side, and then we should be a well-oiled machine. And, I believe, was last night the opening game for Logan and Man, or was it?
Yeah, this is, in Kentucky, this is their second week. I know you cover a lot of games in Kentucky. This is their second week of the season. This is week 1.
Yeah.
In West Virginia. West Virginia this year going to the 4-class system in football. It's been 4 classes the last few years in all the other sports. And I'll be honest with you. I can't even load up on the comments, but I'll be honest with you. I hated when Kentucky went to the 6-class system in football, and I absolutely hate the 4-class system in West Virginia due to the fact West Virginia is just too small. West Virginia is just too small of a state, in my opinion, to have 4 classes. You'll have the schools that have 800, 900, 1,000 in enrollment, arguing they can't compete with the 15, 16, 17, 1,800 enrolled schools and stuff. But I just think it's a cluster, to be honest with you. That's my personal opinion. Maybe it'll work out. In Class Quad A, in West Virginia, 16 teams in the point system, and each class makes the playoffs.
Yeah.
I think Quad A has like 16, 18, 20 schools. Another thing I didn't like what the WVSSAC did, and you had schools that could appeal their classifications.
Right.
Okay. A week and a half, so 2 weeks before the season started, they come out with 11 schools that said, hey, they won their appeals. Those schools have already, I'll use Independence as an example. Okay, AA school last year moved up to AAA. They scheduled nearly an all AAA schedule for the most part. But guess what? They won their appeal. They're now AA.
Oh, wow.
Chapmanville Regional, a week before the season started, they were 3A, okay? They won their appeal. They're back down to AA. Same thing with Wayne, go from 3A to 2A. There's just been a lot of confusion.
Yeah.
These schools appealed months in advance, and I think the WVSSAC, to be honest with you, my personal opinion, I think that they should have ruled on these appeals much earlier, not at the last second. That's my personal opinion.
I'm right there with you. I mean, my first theory is like, well, wait a minute. With 2 weeks left in the season, they're already considering, moving up classes or moving down classes. I mean, that seems a little bit unorganized to me.
Well, and again, this is, and now in basketball, and I don't have an opinion on this yet because, the postseason has changed many, many times. So in West Virginia high school basketball, you know how you've had the sectional tournament, then the regional tournament?
Yeah.
They're doing away with the sectional. So now they're going to have a regional tournament, and the top 2 teams, if you advance to the regional championship, you don't play, those 2 teams automatically go to the state tournament.
Oh, wow.
So that's going to be, basically they're doing away with the section. They're doing that in baseball as well. I can't remember if it's softball or not, but they're doing that in baseball as well.
Oh, wow. See, whenever I was a kid, there was nothing like going to a sectional basketball tournament and then the region and then the state tournament.
Right.
I mean, that's how it always was. I grew up in a time period whenever Mingo Central didn't exist. So, you got a chance to watch, Birch and Gilbert or Williamson and Mate 1 and things like that. And then you had night 1, and then you had night 2, and then you had the region, and then you had the state tournament that you could watch at the Charleston Civic Center. I mean, there was nothing like it. So, I mean, I would love to see that again.
And I was lucky with my past job that I was able to call the last games for Birch, for Gilbert, and that state in the sectional tournament, and that last section they had, that was very memorable.
Absolutely.
For me, but they're doing away with the sectionals in baseball. I think it's softball. I'm not for sure, but I know basketball. So the sports landscape in West Virginia, the 4 classes now, including football. My personal opinion, I think that West Virginia is too small of a state. I didn't like when Kentucky many years ago in football went from the 4-class to the 6-class system, but the coaches still want that. You know what I mean? It's still overwhelming. The coaches want that, and I was saying this, and I was being serious. And it's my personal opinion. It's not the opinion of Darryl McCoy or David Jones or JJ Pruitt or KJ or anybody, okay? What's going to be next? Are we just going to play the regular season, end it, and give everybody a participation trophy at the end? It's coming to that.
It's like they don't want to disappoint anybody. It's like, look, in life there are winners and losers at the end of the day. And there's nothing wrong with getting beat. Like, not everybody can win at something specifically, but that doesn't mean you can't win at something. You know what I mean? Like, so, I completely understand that. But I wanted to ask you a question.
Right.
So, for the reclassifications that you mentioned, I heard that, for the single A class specifically, there were 8 teams that went up to double A.
There was a lot of teams.
Yeah, so for a team like the Talk Valley Panthers, you would have to think that gives them an even better shot to make a run at the title this year in football, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
because Williamstown's now double A, and to be honest with you, with my regular job and with the bouncing back and forth, I really haven't. I can't remember who all's in each class right now, but you've had a lot of perennial powers from single A go up to double A to triple A. Some teams that were going to be in quad A drop back down to triple A. That's in football and everything, but Haiti Force Ball Club, I think they can make a deep run in the postseason.
Absolutely.
In football.
They look really good from top to bottom as well. I mean, when I saw them before, kickoff, like, they were good-sized players, and then, the quarterback's phenomenal, and, the defense, and, just from top to bottom, they really look like they got a shot this year.
Darryl, I struck out on my cell phone. I can't get any days. We've killed some time, so I'm going to take my headsets off and eat some nachos.
Go ahead. It just lightning, so I think we're 30 minutes again. It just come up.
Only before I eat my nachos, only thing I have to say, I have to be back in Buckhannon by 6 o'clock in the morning so Mac and I can go to Morgantown.
There you go. As we are sitting here, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to give you the double quick scoreboard as we'll give you some of the scores from across the region. Stop by Eric Home and Drug today and let them fill your prescription. Eric Home and Drug has been serving the Chapmanville community for over 46 years. They're a proud supporter of the Chapmanville Tigers and all mountain athletes. Southside Buildings and Carports and Southside Shed Hunters of Louisa, Kentucky offers shed hauling services up to 16 by 52 long buildings. We also have lofted cabins, utility cabins, garages, man caves, she sheds that you can customize and order to your wants and needs with many different options such as workbenches, shelving, transom windows, and much more. You can go to the location or buy using 3D Builder's online order system. You can build right from your own home. We offer metal garages and carports that are built to any size and installed right on your property. For more info, call 304-928-0060 or 304-928-0062. Here at Southside Buildings and Carports, we've got you covered. Come on down to Three Guys Pizza and Brew in Williamson, West Virginia. We're located on the corner of Harvey Street and 3rd Avenue. We got great deals on pizzas, sandwiches, and more. Get great service with great pricing. Enjoy your birthday or ball games with us here at Three Guys Pizza and Brew. Look forward to seeing you.
Don't be stuck out in the harsh weather this winter. Make sure you get your car right and stop by Western Auto, located in Kermit, West Virginia. They're also a certified steel dealer, so if you're looking for outdoor or car needs, call Western Auto today.
And we are back here, guys, as we're sitting here on the lightning delay 9 minutes to go in the second quarter, and Chapmanville has had a full game of offense so far, 29-7 over Sissonville, and it's been at the hand of Robert Cook, Dakota Dalton, Eli Pridemore. Them three have been outstanding here today. Really just a good team effort, and I tell you, this O-line has been the difference maker. It's like a big orange wall out there. So, guys, I want to thank you guys for tuning in. Tammy D-Board says number 57. Taryn Tackett, number 2, has 2 sacks. Go Lions. Said Okie Smith. Now, what are we doing here? Oh, that was the other game. Let's switch back over to the Chapmanville game here. Guys, let us know where you're watching from, who you're rooting for in the comment section below. Brenda Dingus watching all the way from Huntington. Janice Roden says, quit picking on J.J. Darryl.
Janice, she always takes up for me. She's always got my back.
The Odell Dingus says, Chapmanville blocking is top-notch. Coaches deserve a compliment. Blocking is great. I agree 100%. This blocking has been a big difference in this ball game so far, J.J.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, there's another streak of lightning. So, man, so that's 3 in a row. So does that mean 30 minutes for every single one? So we're looking at
30 minutes from the last one.
Yeah, so what's that, like a 90-minute delay?
Getting close to it here. As guys, real quick, let's go double quick scoreboard. Scores from around the region. The Belfry and GRC is just kicking off. Martin County, 20-12 over Pike Central. The Ashland up 21-0 over West Jessamine. Letcher Central leads Raceland 7-6, and I told you guys this was going to happen. Nobody believed me.
Yeah, and that's just like last night. I mean, what am I going to start calling you Darryl Stradamus, like Nostradamus or something?
There you go.
D. Stradamus is your new nickname.
Well, it is my job.
The king of predictions.
The Greenup County leads Russell 8-3. Lawrence County up on Shelby Valley 21-12. Boyd County leads Bell County 21-14. That's a shocker, Joe. 21-14 Boyd County over Bell County.
21-14 over Boyd County over Bell County, Joe.
Yeah.
There's some upsets going on.
Yeah, he said there's some upsets going on.
Floyd Central leading Leslie County right now at home 6-0. Let's see. We got Meade County on top of E-Town 21-14. Paintsville leading Paris 16-13 in a dogfight. East Carter leading Rowan County 7-0. And then last night, of course, we had some other games from around the area. We had Tug Valley taking care of Mingo Central 14-6. We had Carroll County defeating Grundy 46-24. And Man defeated Logan 13-7. And, JJ, as you're sitting here looking, and I know he's the PA announcer for the Mingo Central Miners, so we'll get his thoughts on it here in a second. But, I'm getting tired of the Mingo Central Miner fans right now, man. They're all acting like it's doom and gloom, whenever they come out and only lost by 8. They're acting like it's the end of the world, and they played the worst. They probably did play the worst game they could play against a team that's got a chance to compete for a state title in Class A. And guess what? They had a chance to win the ball game at the end.
See,
this Mingo team will be all right.
Absolutely, and you got to try to look at it from another perspective. I mean, it's the first game of the season. You're playing against a team that has 10 players on the roster that have been playing together for how many years?
4.
So they've got all the chemistry.
They've been starting together for 4 years.
Yeah, they've been starting together for 4 years against another team that you may have had 3 or 4, maybe 5 players that have started together, but I mean, I'm not 100% sure. But this team was a well-oiled machine. They come out prepared, and Mingo Central was just in a situation where they were still figuring out a couple of things, and this is the perfect thing that could have happened to them. I mean, the very first game of the season, every single mistake that you can possibly think of happened on night 1, and they can definitely bounce back for sure.
Yep. So, Joe, I mean, I've seen a lot of things. That's the thing about, and that's why I talked to Coach Jones. I said, thing about y'all's game tonight, I said, I wouldn't be too down because I've seen a lot of fixable mistakes that you guys made. I could see if you come out and you just got beat, like you was just, they had better players. That wasn't the case. The case was Tug had a great game plan. They come out, executed. Mingo Central didn't. They played undisciplined football. Their line needs fixed. Their passing game needs fixed. Their secondary was horrible in the first half. But guess what? All that stuff can be fixed, Joe.
Absolutely. But here's the thing, okay? I'm going to play a little devil's advocate. If Tug Valley doesn't commit 145 yards in penalties, and they stop themselves on a couple of drives,
yeah,
that loss by Mingo Central would have been a lot worse. I mean, to be honest with you, okay, fixable for Mingo Central.
Yeah.
If I had $1 for every missed tackle they had last night, we wouldn't have to work again.
No.
We'd be in the island somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be the Mega Millions. They have to figure out the quarterback position.
You're spot on.
They had to figure that out because 7 of 17, 93 yards, a touchdown, and 2 interceptions isn't going to cut it. And here's the thing, and I've said this privately. I don't live down here anymore. I don't work in media regularly every day. I said for Mingo Central to win, they were going to have to run the football, have a game manager at quarterback.
Joe Lightning again.
That's 30 more minutes. So just rely on that running game with Dylan Vance and Bam Coleman, okay? So Mingo Central threw it 17 times last night, and they passed it, I think. No, they threw it 17. They ran it like 26 times. To be honest with you, I think Mingo Central abandoned the run a little bit too early. I think Mingo Central needs to rely on that running game just a little bit. I know that they have Aiden Burke. I know they have Val Dalamar, and they have tons of weapons. But you got to lean on. But I think they should have leaned on the running game. Now I may not be the PA announcer in 2 weeks back up there, okay, and everything. But that's my own personal opinion. But let's be honest. James Moore, their leading edge rusher from last year, one of them, he's hurt.
Yep.
They have a lineman, Ashley Kinser, both sides of the ball. He's hurt. So Mingo Central, they got to figure some things out, get some folks healthy. But it's not doom and gloom for the Miners.
No, not at all. Miner fans just need to calm down. And listen.
And Tug Valley's a team that could compete for a single A championship this year if they stay healthy.
Yeah,
that's the big capital I.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and at the end of the day, losses keep you humble. And, it's better to go ahead and lose that opening game, get that loss out the way, figure out exactly what you need to do, what adjustments you need to make, and just move forward. I mean, just imagine if you win the first 8 or 9 games, like you haven't experienced adversity, you haven't experienced any losses, and then come playoff time, you get in a situation where you might be down in the first half by a little bit. Like, how are you going to respond? Well, now they know that they're capable of getting beat, and now they can bounce back.
Well, I tell you what, David Hatfield played under his last 2 years of high school under a head coach that I interviewed for over 15 years, and if I had $1 for every time another Lightning, add another 30 minutes.
That's 150 minutes.
But every time Philip Haywood said, "We're just trying to get
you don't get 30 minutes every Lightning strike."
Is it 30 minutes every Lightning strike?
No.
Oh, I thought you said it was 30.
You get 30 minutes from the last one, so it ain't 150 minutes. It's still 30.
It's still 30.
Yeah. You just got 30 minutes.
You just got 30 minutes.
So you don't add it to 30 additional minutes?
No.
You got to be thinking that every Lightning strike was a 30 minutes.
Yeah, lightning again. So you would never get home, Jay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 30 minutes.
Okay. So it just the 30-minute thing restarts. I'm a very literal person. So if you tell me every Lightning strikes 30 minutes, I'm going to make the assumption.
But Philip Haywood said, "Joe, we're just trying to get better each and every week."
Yep.
That's what David Jones is going to do. Now, in Kentucky, you've got the districts. In West Virginia, it's the point system. But they'll get it figured out. They got good coaches up there on the mountains and up there on the mountain. But schedule's brutal. West Side. They've handled West Side the last few years. That's on the gimme. They have a Caden Vance, like he's quarterbacked over there for about 15, 20 years now. He's finally a senior. And then, should be heavy favorites against Liberty Raleigh. But Roane County's going to be tough. Independent's going to be tough. Scott's going to be tough, man. They got nearly everybody back from last year. So
and that defense, man.
Yeah, absolutely. So, but again, Tug Valley can win a state championship, and Mingo Central, they got some things to work on, but I think they'll get them worked out. And how about the Tigers at Chapmanville Regional? They went to the playoffs a couple of years ago, and back in the early 2010s and late 2000s, they were a perennial power. They went to the playoffs quite a few years. They're trying to get back into that form. They haven't won a playoff game, I think, 2011 or 2015, so it's been a little while. And Zach Belcher trying to get the Black Attack going back deep into November and early December. And I tell you, Chapmanville's going to be good for at least the next 2 years, or beyond, because They returned 90% of their ball club last year. You know, they're going to graduate a few after this year, but they still got a lot of people coming back. And Darryl, you've talked about this freshman class the last couple of years. And, you know, they got 10 solid freshmen coming in. And, you know, Tigers going to be high optimistic for the next few years.
Well, we got Selena Hensley. Joe wants to know how Chapmanville is doing tonight. Well, I'll let you go ahead and fill her in as the Tigers lead 29-7 as we are in a lightning break right now over Sissonville. But, Joe, if you want to explain to her how the game's going.
Can we give the stats as well?
No, I mean, you ain't got to, but you can tell if you want to give main key pieces.
We'll give a few key pieces. All right. So, Robert Cook, he's been the quarterback. He's also been in the backfield. 83 yards rushing tonight for Cook. Also a touchdown. He has 55 yards throwing. Eli Pridemore has 21 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns. Dakota Dalton, the freshman, making his debut. 1 out of 2 passing for 23 yards. Austin Atkins, he's 3 receptions so far for 57 yards. And here's how the scoring got underway. Sissonville ran the opening kickoff back. Brody Scott, 82 yards. Swing kick, 7-0. Then it's been all Tigers. There was 7:10 to go in the first quarter. Andrew Topping, 1-yard run. Farrell kick is good. 44 seconds remaining in the second quarter. 2-yard run by Eli Pridemore, the first of his 2 of the night. Farrell tapped on the extra point to give it a 14-7 lead. Then 9:59 to go in the second quarter. It was Robert Cook with 1-yard run. Farrell, they went into the muddle huddle, and it was actually a 2-point conversion catch by Topping, made it 22-7. Then 47 seconds later, at the 9:12 mark, it was a 6-yard run by Eli Pridemore. The Farrell kick is good, 29-7, and we are under a weather delay with 9 minutes remaining in the third quarter. And again, this is a team that narrowly missed out on the playoffs. But here's the thing, okay? So Tug Valley, they cost Tug Valley a home playoff game last year. Chapmanville did. If you remember,
yep.
Tug Valley lost to Man, and then in the next week, Chapmanville got the best of Tug Valley, I think. So again, I think Chapmanville's going to have a great season, and I think the next 2, 3, 4 years going to be pretty good days for Tiger fans.
Absolutely. Didn't you mention last year they went 5-5?
Yep.
They're definitely going to do better than that this year.
Guys, updates. Yeah. Martin County strikes again in the fourth quarter. They lead 26-12. Somebody asked about the Belfry game. Belfry game has not kicked off yet. It is the second game of the Pike County Bowl, and they're finishing up that game, Martin County, Pike Central, as we speak.
Hey, what did you think this morning when was it Jacob Rutherford?
Yeah, Rutherford.
Rutherford, when he said, "Hey, they closed schools in Mon County."
Oh,
today. They did.
Yeah, I thought he was full of it.
I thought he was trolling.
I said, "There's no way that they're going to stop school for Pat McAfee, Joe."
See, I work out of Morgantown. I travel with my day job.
Yeah.
And everything. So one of my managers my manager at our U-Haul, it's on in Morgantown, okay? Mm-hmm. And it's about 2.5 miles from the Coliseum. I was going to go to Morgantown to get a truck to take it to another store. Mm-hmm. My manager calls me at 8 o'clock this morning. He says, "Do not come to Morgantown." It is unreal. And the reason why that Mon County closed school day was 2 reasons. 911 called the superintendent. Can't remember his name. He's a good superintendent. And he said, "Hey, listen, the heat's going to be unbearable. The school buses aren't air conditioned, and the traffic is going to be insane." So that's the reason why Montague County closed schools today.
And that was for the Pat McAfee
show event.
Yep. So I seen highlights from that show. There was a kid hit a half-court shot and won a kid's tuition in it. So looked like it was a fun time up there.
Absolutely. And
Morgantown, Penn State. Who you got, Joe? West Virginia, Penn State.
Penn State.
You going Penn State?
Penn State. Here's Okay, everybody said I get the knock on me is I'm too pessimistic, but the older I get, I'm a realist. Okay, the best thing that has happened to West Virginia this week, the brand has got a positive vibe right now because all the attention. Pat McAfee comes back.
Joe, where's Bill Lusk in the house?
Absolutely, legendary Bill Lusk. Yeah. Are you going to Penn State tomorrow morning? Tomorrow morning?
We'd have to leave right now, wouldn't we?
Well,
I mean, what are we looking at a finish completing time here? About 1 a.m.?
Well, my latest game I've ever broadcast 1:30, Pike County Bowl.
I mean, I did call this last night on WVOW.
Was you at the Man Logan game last night, Bill?
Yes.
How good is Trey Ward?
He's an athlete. No. He is an athlete, and I know this for a fact. Helping being assistant coach at Man Middle School in Tootie Carter there. He's an athlete. We know that. We saw what he did in the Tug Valley game last year, and what he did 2 years ago in his first game against Tug. A little slant pass, 80-plus yards across the middle of the field.
How good can the Hillbillies be this year?
With health, if they can stay healthy, they've got a chance to make a deep run into Thanksgiving weekend, the semifinal weekend, I feel, because when you look at the landscape of Class A, the powerhouses have moved up.
Yeah, that and that, the only thing you got to worry about, St. Mary's coming down, but when you sit there and look, Tug Valley looked really well too, and I think that they're on their schedule, right?
Yes, November 1st, next to last game of the season for Man down at Naugatuck.
Yeah, so, that'll be a good one.
Single A is it's going to be good this year. I know Greenbrier West lost a lot of guys, but they've got a lot of kids that can step in. James Toth down at Wahama, he's got him an excellent team. The running back that he's got, Connor Lambert, is legit.
Well, they, I'm definitely excited to see what they do. Last night, forcing 8 turnovers on that Logan team. I know you guys up there in Hillbilly Country got to be excited as you take down Logan. That's a big game, that first game of the year every year.
Yeah, as a former player and a coach, it means a lot to not just the team but the community as well. I always like to tend to think that community based your success on the first game. And, if you come out, and of course everybody's at the Man Logan game, and, for the team that wins, they start following you more. And, which, of course, down in Man, football's everything.
I want to ask Bill this question, okay? And you're a Man grad, I'm a Logan grad, and I'm not trying to do sour grapes, but this is a legitimate question, all right? And I know you'll give it to me straight, all right?
All right.
Logan committed 8 turnovers, correct?
Correct.
What kept Man? Why did Man only win by 6? That's my only question. I think if
let's give credit to the Logan defensive front. They were able to buckle down and get some stops when they needed it the most. And same thing with the Man defensive front. The game last night was dominated by defensive fronts. Not a whole lot of yardage. There were some penalties, which you expect first game of the season, but. Really, that game was dominated by the defenses.
Bill, I know you got some good help tonight. I see the young Grayson Sanders in the house.
Yeah, he's we've been making our rounds outside trying to figure out what's going on here, and if every lightning strike that's in the vicinity of the area, we start the clock back over. So like I said, I called this last night on the air. I told my broadcast partner, Chris Kidd, I said, last time we had a Man Logan game on a Thursday night, followed by a Sissonville Chapmanville game on a Friday night, we had a 2.5-hour weather delay. So,
you jinxed us.
I'm hoping it don't head to that. But, hey, I do got a couple of parlays in tonight, and, I called this, so.
Oh, wow.
Maybe they'll hit.
All right, so the Penn State-West Virginia game, what do you have? What's your prediction?
Penn State in a close one. I think Penn State in a close one. I think it's going to be a field goal game.
So West Virginia covers?
I think West Virginia covers, and I think West Virginia's got a chance. You got the Big 12 this year. I think the cream of the crop in the Big 12 is Utah and Oklahoma State.
Yeah.
I think those are the 2 teams fighting it out. Kansas State's going to be good. TCU be back up there. Arizona coming over from the Pac-12 is going to be pretty solid. Primetime mania in the Big 12. Dion.
Yeah.
if he can keep them boys healthy and get them on a roll,
Or not run them off.
they could be dangerous. They could be dangerous. As a Florida State fan, I'm a little sour at him because, he took Travis Hunter from us.
Oh yeah, yep.
How would he look in garnet and gold right now?
You know what the worst thing could happen to West Virginia this week is, don't you? If
they get blown out?
Yeah, exactly. Because the brand is I mean, they have had a lot of attention, the spotlight and everything. And if they get blown out, get waxed tomorrow afternoon, it just takes all the positive vibe out to the brand.
Here's my reason for it being a close game.
All right, go ahead.
Noon kickoff in Morgantown. It's a totally different monster. Noon kickoff. A night kickoff in Morgantown. Totally different monster. 3:30 kickoff. And, if it's a 3:30 kickoff, I would think Penn State covers. But
there's people not going to sleep tonight.
Oh, I know there's people that.
You ever been up there, Darryl?
Or Morgantown?
Game day?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's going to be people not sleeping tonight.
No, maybe some couches being burnt tomorrow, Joe.
I tell you what.
If they win,
it will burn.
Well, how's the weather up in Morgantown?
It's going to be 87 degrees.
Okay, have they had any rain recently?
Hit and miss.
I mean, if
it's dry. It's dry up there. They don't have a downpour. About like down here, have a downpour.
Is there any burning laws in effect? Do they have to wait to burn the couches until like after 5 p.m. or something, or can they start it right after the game?
No burning laws.
Well, Bill, for the folks at home, if they're not able to watch it on the stream, can you tell us how they can find it on the radio with you guys?
Go to www.wvowradio.com and you can get our live feed. You can also go to Chapmanville.Tigers.tv, and of course we got games that are archived on there as well. So it's we stay busy, and now that this football season's starting back up, it's busiest time of the year. So this is the second of I think about 13 games we got on the docket. Of course, we got with the Man-Logan game, we got to add an extra game to the schedule this year, being played on a Thursday. So it worked out, and had the boys at Huntington St. Joe been able to field a team, we would have had, an even balance 5-5-5 Logan Chapmanville man on the air on the radio. But it didn't work out that way, and I had one schedule made out look good, and I made up another one, and I held out long enough until I found out that man had found another game, which is October 18th, the date that we had open. But I'm not going to be making the trip to 100.
Well,
I've been there.
I tell you,
I heard it's a pretty good drive.
Oh, it is a pretty good drive. It's pretty rural too.
Joe, a lot of people don't know me and Bill. We're kind of family through marriage.
And, through my Aunt Sharon and my Uncle
McCoy.
Mike.
And a lot of people don't know but shout out to Man alum Micah McCoy, the heavyweight champion.
And the wrestling. She wrestles in so many leagues. I don't even know which one it is, but
she's the first ever women's regatta heavyweight champ, and she ended up winning that one. Man, people should be proud because she's a former great Man Hillbilly basketball player too.
Yep, her and her sister Christy McCoy as well. Long line of athletic blood. On the McCoy side of the family, and also my mom's side of the family, the Mullins side, the family. Don Mullins, her grandfather, one of the better athletes to come out of me in high school. Came out about the same time. He graduated with Coach Tootie Carter. So, they were real good friends. And, this year, this year is this is special in the man area this year with, the recent passing of Coach Carter. And, it'd be nice to bring one home. It's really it's tough on all of us that knew Coach Carter. Especially myself getting to spend the last years on his staff. He
class act.
Class act. He wanted me to be on his staff, and there's a reason he wanted me to be on his staff because he obviously he trusted in me. He knew I was a good coach. He wanted me to be on the staff, help him with them kids, and it's a little different this year. Not sitting around the house and not getting that call from him, about football season. This is the thing I'm missing right now.
You know what's so ironic about Tootie and Harvey Arms' relationship? When Tootie Carter had the blue font going and everything, Harvey had the
green slime.
Absolutely, had the middle or junior high. It wasn't called middle school, but junior high rock and roll. They won over 40-some consecutive games. I mean, they played tough competition, and that's the reason why Man was a powerhouse. And then when Man dropped down a little bit, and then I think Tootie was the principal of Man High School, couldn't coach, but he was the head coach. He moved down to the junior high, and Harvey was going to get the head coaching job. And Harvey told me, he asked Tootie, he said, "Hey, do you want to take this?" And I'll go back. He goes, "No, it's your time." And then Tootie Carter rebuilt the junior high, middle school program back up, and then Man had an uptick on the high school level. I mean, that is very uncommon.
Yeah, and also what's, you think about that situation, my dad, myself, and some of the guys leading up to the 90s, growing up, you played at the junior high level then for Coach Harvey Arms, and you moved to the high school level. Well, now those guys that played in that era, when they started having kids, their kids went to play at the middle school level with Coach Carter and then moved up to Coach Arms at the high school. So it's like, they switched roles there, and the kids moved up. But there was a tough stretch there, a tough 3-year stretch. Man was 4-26 in that 3-year period. But when Harvey took over, the kids started the midget league program got going again, and some of the kids that had moved away came back, and that was a magical 2009 year. Having the first year I was on the staff with Coach Arms down there,
and that's the year that I wasn't broadcasting on the radio Belfry football. I think I was doing Shelby Valley that year, but I was still doing the pregame interview with Coach Philip Haywood. And Philip Haywood and Harvey Arms and Tootie Carter, they have a great mutual respect. And Coach Haywood would say, "Man, I wish we could get Man back on the schedule because they throttled us back in the 80s and everything." Yeah. So that's the year in which I think Sheldon Clark defeated Belfry. Man was going up to Wheeling Island to play on turf.
Remember it very well.
And Harvey and I would talk on the phone a lot. And he said, "Hey, why don't you ask Coach Haywood if we can come and practice?" I said, "Okay," over there. I went over there to Belfry High School, asked Coach Haywood. I said, "Coach, I talked to Harvey last night, and he wants to know if he can come over here and practice." So Coach Haywood said yes. So the Man Hillbillies got to go to Philip Haywood's field to practice for that playoff game.
Yeah, didn't only get to go over, but we got out of school early too, so the kids enjoyed that. So that was
and he had everything ready for you too. I think.
Yeah, he did. It was a real short week for us, school wise, and I remember that year well because that year took a lot out of myself and Coach Arms. First year I'm on the staff, and here. We get out of the first round of the playoffs into the quarterfinals and the semifinals. So football practice is ending. Myself and Coach Arms, we're having to go to basketball practice. So, right after football. So it took a lot out of us. And then, of course, I go straight into baseball. So I never gave myself a break. But it's, memories that I'll forever cherish. And, when you go back to, Coach Carter, I remember my last game as a Hillbilly against Polka, our last practice, being in the locker room, and Denny Miller, another legendary coach down there, assistant coach, telling us that, boys, if we win this game, it's number 200 for Coach Carter. We lost to Polka, and then when Coach announced his resignation, and I'd read about it in the papers, I was like, I was down on myself. We didn't get him his 200th win. And then the next day in the papers, when they ran the records down and found out we actually did get him his 200 wins. So that was like a burden relief off my shoulders. Like, that's something. 200 wins, 30 years.
Milestone, yep.
I mean, that's like 6.5 wins.
He's the all-time winningest high school football coach in Logan County history. And you know more than I do, but out of these 200 wins, I think 48 or 44% of them were shutouts.
Oh, yeah. Blue Funk defense.
You think about that. Out of 200 wins,
that's
nearly half is shutouts.
I wouldn't believe you if I didn't know better.
Yeah, there was a stretch there, of course, when Man and Logan first started playing. Logan dominated the series. And then when Coach Carter came along, Man started taking the series over. And I think there was like maybe a 23-year stretch there where Man, I think, had shut out Logan like 15 or 17 out of those 23 years.
Dang.
So it's, that says a lot. But
well, I played for him a little bit. I went to Man during my 7th, 8th grade years back in the day, and the best player I've ever played football with, I played with at Man.
Kenny Ray.
Yep. There you go.
I had the privilege of not only playing with Kenny Ray Ramsey, but Orlando King and Orlando Washington, now the athletic director.
Yeah.
And
Big O from Buffalo.
I do believe Coach Carter's nephew.
Oh, okay.
I believe that's the relation there. And, that was my junior year, and we made a run to the quarterfinals that year. Fortunately, we ran into a very good Bluefield team.
Well, we probably went to school around the same time together. And I just realized that. I do remember. I'm trying to think of the boys' names. I went to school with a girl named Becky Kahn.
Remember Becky?
Yeah.
Larry Kahn was longtime Man junior high girls basketball coach.
Yeah. And then I remember trying to think of some of the people. There was a boy named James Deal, Roger Doty or Doty.
Doty, James Deal.
Yeah,
those guys a year behind me. So.
But I remember I played with Kenneth, and then I transferred back home to Belfry, and we played them the next year. And I'm not kidding. I've never been done like that before. Me and this boy, Matt Hubbard, they put us defense tackles, and Matt was on his back, and I was around his waist, and he drug us 45 yards to the end zone. I mean, it wasn't even like he drug us, and it looked like you were riding a bank mule out there. 2 of us hanging off from him. By far the best football player I ever played with.
I do remember one time the junior high game. I was running through the hole, finding somebody to block, and I'm turning around and I'm like, man, where's Ramsey? And he's already 40 yards down the field in the end zone. I was like, yes. He just, he made it look so easy. But yeah, those are the days. That was start my 7th grade year, start of a 32-game winning streak in junior high. And we had a few close games in there, but
you guys played Bluefield, Belfry, everybody.
Oh yeah, we had Belfry on the schedule. We had the Logan County schedule. I would say my 8th grade year, probably one of the best teams Harvey had. Again, that's that backfield with Orlando and Kenny Ray, Jack McDaniels on the quarterback, Timmy Boykins, Chad Luss, Chris Harvey, all those guys. And
what year did you graduate?
99.
Okay, I graduated 2000.
So we went to our last game of the season. It's the first year Cabell Midland was a school.
Oh, okay.
So we played their freshman team.
Yeah.
And, of course, our jerseys were green and white. And this is, no lie, we pretty much had our way with Cabell Midland down there.
Yeah.
That, during the game and after the game, you got the famous "We Are Marshall" chant going. They actually started chanting at us, "They are Marshall, they are Marshall," because we were actually wearing them down. And I can remember, I think it was I know we went over to Belfry my 8th grade year, and we beat them like 42-6. And you just don't do that over there.
That was the year that Kenneth drug us. Yeah, so yeah.
And I remember the year before, my 7th grade year, playing in of course they didn't have the turf then. This was the old Belfry High School.
Yeah, Stadium
down the road. Yeah. And I remember we played in a game down there that had at least ankle deep mud. And that was just great for Pete Gollyhue at fullback. We won that game 12-6 over there. One of the best games, and they fed us after the game. I remember this part. They fed us after the game, so we're in there eating, and here comes the Belfry team in, and we're like looking around like, guys, I don't think they've ate. So here we're eating, and some of our guys were like just handing them crust. And I was like, sorry. And then after we ate, Coach Arms had the money and he didn't let it go to waste, so we stopped at the McDonald's up on the hill in South Williamson. So Coach Arms, man, he's got the money. He ain't gonna let it go to waste. So, but
well, I tell you, the definitely great times there. And how is what's his name doing for man this year? The kid, he was stud D tackle for the middle school team. Plays basketball too. The big kid for man. He I think he's a sophomore this year. He big kid.
Not Mullins, is it? Endicott.
Yeah, Endicott.
Jake Endicott.
Yeah, how's he doing?
He had a pretty good game last night on the defensive end. He had a nice little run too there, set up a first down, and he made some plays. So he's going to be special for them as well. And Devin Sanders too, at quarterback. He's he can throw it down the Ward and beat you with his arm, or if you let him outside, he can beat you with his legs. He's one of the fastest kids that I've seen, and when you look at it, him and Ward, I mean, it's hard to believe that anybody can outrun Trey Ward, but Devin Sanders can give him a run for his money. Could probably outrun him a few times. I mean, if you race 10 times, they'd probably be 5-5.
Wow, that's impressive. Because Ward, he is a flash of lightning, no pun intended. But
don't say lightning.
Yeah, we're still on this lightning delay here.
Jesus.
The 9 minutes to go, 29-7. Now talking about this game, listen, Robert Cook has played outstanding. Eli Pridemore's done exactly what we thought he'd do, Bill. But I think they're doing a good job not loading the young freshman quarterback's plate too early. I think they're doing a good job bringing him along.
Yeah, they're Dakota Dalton are taking him, putting him in their spot chances, putting him, trying to get him in spots that he can succeed in right now. And you got Cook in the backfield, and they lined him up at receiver too. Yeah. And right now it's falling to. It's a perfect game plan right now for Chapmanville. James Barker's calling a good game down there, and that's when we talk about.
They start getting him back.
I mentioned on the broadcast, James kind of like guy. It's broadcast coach, broadcast coach. He doesn't know what he wants to do. Can't make his mind up. And I've been there. I know. But being a former coach myself and now stepping into a color role, I never left coaching really. When you step in the color role and you look in the games, and the colored people are usually the former players and former coaches. So they're real. Well, but I'm hoping we can get this one going soon. I had an early dinner, but the way we're looking here, I might be having a late dinner and making a stop by a drive-through.
I
seen you eating the nachos when I come by.
It was pretty good.
Darryl sitting here talking, you over here eating.
Well, Darryl went downstairs, so JJ and I was over here talking, and Darryl says, "Guys, just give the scores and stuff." I have AT&T. I said, "Heck, I can't pull up nothing." So we're killing time and everything. Then Amy brings my nachos. But Darryl, let me ask you a question. Now I may get the name wrong, but it was my favorite team. So if it was not for, he didn't graduate from Man, but Buffalo High School.
Oh, yes.
Lionel Taylor was the wide receivers coach for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
He actually talked a rookie out of quitting, and that rookie was Mean Joe Green.
Oh, wow.
If it was not for Lionel Taylor from Man, West Virginia, Mean Joe Green was going to pack it in his rookie season.
That's impressive, and Lionel went on to play for the Denver Broncos, and their last days in the AFL as they was transitioning into the NFL, and he had some receiving records that stood for the longest time until Shannon Sharp come along and broke them. So
he's in their Hall of Fame.
Yes, and he's.
Thank God for Lionel Taylor talking me Joe Green out of quitting. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, and he was actually the one, Lionel Taylor, that helped get Coach Carter down to New Mexico Highlands.
I wish he would have talked or wouldn't have talked Joe Green out. I'm a Bengals fan myself, Joe, so you know that. Steelers, that's a curse word in my house. But Bill, as you're sitting here looking, around the area, obviously you got to see Man and Logan, getting to see Chapmanville here. Don't know if you got to catch any of the Mingo Tug game.
I saw the score, read up on it, and saw talk on Facebook and some of the highlights from people that were sharing them on Facebook, and Tug they had a great team last year, won that first round playoff game against the Tyler Consolidated team. I don't think anybody really gave them a shot to win that because Tyler had a very good running back last year, and they felt that Tyler had a tough schedule and was going to be able to maybe just come down to Naugatuck and run through Tug Valley. Tug got out to the big lead early, and Tyler comes back and makes a run at him. And I think people were thinking, all right, this is what we were expecting. And then they go on. They went on to win that game, and then the next week they just ran into a very good Tucker County team. And
their quarterback got hurt too. Yeah, in Preston May, but
I mean, he got hurt in the. Either it was the West Side game or it was the practice. It was practice during the man week because he was out of the man game.
Well, he's
and then Bryce and Eli had to go.
Eli had to go in at quarterback. Yeah. And of course, we know what happened. In that game. Man didn't convert on a fourth down, so it's 20-14, and a lot of fans were leaving for man. And
that was a heck of a game.
Yeah, I told my broadcast partner again, Chris Kidd, we hit a game on the radio. I said, I don't understand why the people are leaving. Man faithful after not converting at fourth down. There's a lot of time in this game. Man can still win this. They got 2 timeouts. Harvey gets a stop on first down, doesn't call the timeout, and the fans are going crazy.
Yeah,
fans want Coach Arden's call timeout, but there's no sense in calling it on first down. You got 2. You stop them on second. You stop them on third. Now they have to punt with a stopped clock on fourth down. You're saving yourself about 45 seconds to maybe even a minute of time. Well, that's what happened. First play, we know what happens. Ward catches it. 2-point conversion happens. And, I had some people coming up to me telling me, man, you was pretty brutal on the radio. And I was like, well, what are you talking about? To calling out the fans. Well, that, prime example when you never leave a game early, especially when it's a 7-point game.
Yeah.
And I remember saying on the air to, Chris and Mantang Leading, for the fans that are in the car driving home, keep going. We don't want you back at the stadium.
Yeah.
That's why you never leave early.
Yeah. You're spot on there, and that was one hell of a ball game. I'll always remember that when we had it here. I think I was on a bye week, and when I was watching our broadcasters that had it down there. But you guys, this year that's going to be a game that's going to be highly anticipated when Tug Valley and Man meet
every year.
Yeah, this game. This year, what makes this Tug Valley team so special, Bill, is they got 10 seniors that all started as freshmen together. So for 4 years, these guys have been starting.
When you grow, when you play from freshmen and you stick together, even down through the midget leagues up through the middle schools, when you grow together, you can you can build a program, you can build a team, and when you get juniors and seniors, you can make a run. Case in point, 2021 state basketball championship team. I was on the staff the first year with Coach Blevins, first year he's coaching. We were 0-22. But there was things coming. We knew there was a good group coming up. And, we had a 20-win season. The COVID year in 2020, we lost to a very good Chapmanville team that I think would have won a third consecutive Class AA state championship that year.
Yeah.
And would have became the first ever Logan High School
to win 3 in a row.
3 in a row
Correct.
In any sport. Yeah.
And, they may have very well defeated Logan in the state championship game if the seeds would have been right. Because I think Chapmanville and Logan was on a collision course to meet in the state tournament, if not the state championship. But, in the locker room after that loss, we sit there, we went around the room, looked at everybody, and we told them, and said, next year, because we knew 4 classes was coming. We knew we were dropping the single A.
Yeah.
And even if it was 3 classes, we knew what team we had. We told the boys, guys, next year, Katie barred the door because we got something special here, and we know what we're going to do. And, of course, we cut the nets down 4 years later.
That was a heck of a year. And listen, I played the other day. Well, I did. My son played. I went up there and watched him. Played with Austin Ball. He's still as good as he ever was. Freak of nature. But Joe don't know yet. And we're going to post it. I've just been so swamped. But Joe. Man, TJ's got something cooking. He's got big moist Cassandra there now that he is, 6'8", 6'10"?
He's about 6'8", 6'8", 6'9". He may be pushing 6'10", but he's, I seen him down at the Man Logan game the other day. actually got a chance to stand up, walk by him and get to see him up close and personal. Because last time I seen him was the 7-on-7 that man had back in the summer, and I saw him walking in the bleachers. And from where I was at, I was like, okay, single A ball, that's going to be good. And then when I got to walking up next to him, I was like, okay,
he's got some girth on him too.
He's up there in a wide body too. So got him a man in the middle, but fortunately they don't have. I know Tug Valley wasn't on schedule this year. I think it was. I don't know, maybe the schedule was already made, and I'm thinking that, maybe Coach Blevins was thinking they were going to be moved out of Region 4 into Region 3, which, I really thought, moving man out of Region 4 and Region 3 made more sense than moving Mingo Central out of potentially Region 4 and putting them in Region 3 with Bluefield and Westside.
Absolutely.
100%. Yeah.
Man and Tug Valley, they were in that Region 3 before when it was Greater Beckley. I mean, all about those battles.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Greater Beckley and – what does it say? There was no love lost between Greater Beckley and Tug Valley.
Absolutely not. And I tell you, the key to knock Tug Valley out of the tournament is keep them out of Naugatuck.
Absolutely.
Put them on the road.
Absolutely.
And I broadcast quite a few of those GBC and Tug Valley. And let me tell you, there was no love lost between Tug and GBC and vice versa. And those were some wars.
Has the power structure changed since last year here in the mountains, guys? Is the Scott Skyhawks still the best team in our West Virginia coverage area here, or has one of the other teams stepped up and give Scott a run for their money?
I think it's still Scott, but Coach Tommy Harmon's got a good group that's closing the gap. Look what they did in the regular season to Scott. They gave them a tough game, and look what they did.
Should have beat Herbert Hoover.
Should have beat Herbert Hoover. Yeah. Look what they did first round of the playoffs against the eventual state champion Fairmont Senior.
Do they have a lot of players back from last year?
Game. I believe so. I'm not sure exactly what they got back, but I think they do return a good lot. And they thought they were going to be AAA, but they were one of those first 11 schools that dropped to AA.
That's what I was telling JJ when we were killing time. I think One, I don't like the 4-class system.
I agree with you.
West Virginia is too small of a state. 2, these schools appealed several months ago, and then the WVSSAC
waits till the week before the season.
Exactly.
2 weeks.
2 weeks. Then on two consecutive times, 11.
2 weeks and then 3 days later.
Yeah, 11 more teams.
13 and 16.
And that affected, teams like Independence, who was AAA.
Right. It makes them a contender in AA now.
Absolutely. Wayne, who was in AAA, now AA. Chapmanville was in 3A. Now they're back down to AA. I don't like the 4-class system. West Virginia's too small of a state.
I don't like it for football.
I don't.
Now, I think basketball, baseball, and softball, I think it's going to work wonders.
Why?
We've already seen what it works for basketball.
Why? Just your opinion. I mean, I'm not agreeing.
I think we see more of a competitive balance in basketball than what we're going to see, because really, we're moving teams up. Is it really going to be competitive? You're still going to have pretty much the same teams that are going to dominate football. At least in basketball, we get the new champions. Man 21, James and Rowe back to back, Tug Valley. Do we get that? Shady Spring in AAA, Fairmont Senior. Do we get the Shady Fairmont Senior rivalry that we've seen? You get the Morgantown run, GW hitting a 3 to beat Morgantown in the first year. Otherwise, Morgantown's won 4 in a row instead of 3 in a row now.
And then we had 3 championship games decided by 2 points this past year.
I know. And all 3 championships this year were, they were great games. All 3 were won by the number 2 seeds.
Yeah.
I enjoy it for basketball.
Football, no.
Football, no. And the reason I say no in football, look at the basketball playing schools. Not everybody has football.
Yeah.
Not everybody has football. And, I joked last night on the air that, when we came on, Man and Logan, 2 teams that are, hoping to start a playoff run this season and get back to the playoffs, while 16 Class 4A teams have already made up 2024 Class 4A playoff T-shirts.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's...
And how many teams are they now in Quad A in football?
16.
Yeah, so it's like Kentucky now in 4A in West Virginia. Congratulations, everybody makes the playoffs and kickoff.
It went from 25 to start, down to 20, and then to 16. And I think the SSAC realized what they had to do. You know, the 11 schools that filed the appeal over the metric system, you know, they happened to, you know, look at, say, okay, these teams dropped, and then 3 days later, and you know, I'm not saying maybe there was some threat of some lawsuits, but I think 3 days later they sat there and said, now, you know, wait, we dropped these 11 schools, and they bypassed schools that were even lower than them on the metric. So to do it right, we need to be fair and drop these other schools.
And the reason why Spring Valley was Quad A in football to begin with, and they got dropped down to 3A, they appealed because the closest biggest city was Huntington. That's what pushed them over the threshold. They're like, hey, we're more of a rural school.
But Huntington's not even in their county.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's Wayne County and Cabell County.
And it's like Kinser. They got dropped down
because they close to a Maryland school. I believe
they were close to Cumberland, Maryland, which doesn't even have. I mean, I go through Cumberland, Maryland all the time to go see my son in the Eastern Panhandle. I mean, Cumberland has no bearing on Kaiser, so that's another example.
Well, I think right now, looking out here on the field, a good sign out there. We've got cheerleaders coming back to the track, so
I just saw lightning.
I think we're getting ready for some football. And what are you talking about?
I just saw lightning.
You just clean your glasses and make sure again. I don't think you're saying that. That's a camera flash. That was a camera flash. Somebody's taking a picture of somebody's taking a picture of their daughter down there. I mean, come on, man. That wasn't no lightning. It's a camera flash.
Yeah. Well,
I ain't for sure that it wasn't a camera flash the first time. So, but no, the 4-class systems again. You know, it was great for basketball because you got that. You know, you got that competitive balance in the classes, especially AAA down. Morgantown, you know, they're going for 4 in a row this year, but I don't think they're going to win it this year. That Spring Mills team returns everyone, and they are loaded. They are good, and they were, a young 3-pointer away from, I believe it was Young that hit the 3, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Couldn't hit the side of a barn all game, and it hits the 3 in overtime to give Morgantown a 3rd consecutive championship.
And
That's amazing.
Darryl, that Eastern Panhandle is loaded with Hedgesville, Jefferson County, Spring Mills, Martinsburg. That Eastern Panhandle is absolutely loaded.
You never know about Jefferson. You never know what kids are coming through there as well. I think, Spring Mills was up on Jefferson, and, early on, I think it was 14-0 lead early on in the first quarter there, but Jefferson football team, they want to make a run, maybe even get to the capital, not the island now, get to the capital, get to Laidley Field, University of Charleston Stadium this year. I love that. I love the fact that it's back in Charleston. Laidley's made the upgrades, and I can't wait. I may actually go this year.
But will Charleston be able to keep it? Because the reason why Charleston lost it because they didn't support it. I mean, I know they're going to support it, initially, but will they be able to keep it?
They might have learned their lesson.
I like the ideal better of rotating it between Marshall and WVU.
Oh, I love that too.
I thought that was the way to go.
Well, I will
love that as well.
I will tell you the reason why that didn't happen, okay? It was pretty much on the pitch, and I can't say who told me this, but the only thing that Marshall and WVU did was like, guys, we're going to turn the lights on for you, lock it up when you leave. That's it. Their proposal was subpar.
Yeah. And not only that, but
you heard the same thing, right?
Well, no, I was thinking more along the lines of the MAC championship game.
No.
When Marshall had hosted it so many years there before they started rotating it between division winners. But that was another thing that would have played into it as well, the MAC championship game being played on a Friday night. And that would really, because it was the same time that the Super 6 was going on.
No, 3 people told me the same thing that has knowledge, and they would annihilate me if I give their names, my sources. I'm not going to do that. But they all 3 told me the same thing. They said, listen, the only thing Marshall and WVU did was we'll open it up for you, we'll turn on the lights. But, they put on their banquets and stuff like that, and that proposal was very subpar.
Who was that you said told you?
It must have been a former SSAC guy. Yeah. But did they not play the 88 championships at Morgantown? Because I think Meadow Bridge beat a very good Pineville team, an undefeated Pineville team that had beaten Meadow Bridge in the regular season. And I think Meadow Bridge beat Pineville 7-6 in the Class A game.
I would rather for it being at Marshall and WVU, but that's what I was told.
So I'm thinking it was 88.
Basically.
I'm thinking it was 1988 when they played.
And parking as well, because, see, And that's what was also told. You got to think about it, okay? So at Mountaineer Field, the parking, they use the hospital parking lot.
And then you got shuttle buses and stuff.
Shuttle buses, yeah.
And, at Marshall, you can sit there and park in the stadium. But, hey, not only that, but, since I came up here and caught eating nachos, think of the places to eat down there before the game.
Hey, I just want to say one more thing. I'm going to give my headset to JJ before he falls asleep because I know he wants to talk. He's
got my headset, so
I'm going to give you mine. But I just want I'm going to give my headset up here in a second, but I just want to throw this out there and everything. The man, community suffering and loss. One of my best friends, we lost him. We ran the roads together on a lot of trips. It was high school football Friday night on Minor Mountain for me. And when I was the voice of the U Pike Bears on the radio, I say, Teddy Painter, let's go to Georgia.
Oh, absolutely.
Man, just give me your thoughts about Teddy. He is being honored this weekend as a legend of the Pike County Bowl. But Teddy Painter, 50 years, and I tell you what, he's the goat of what he did. But he was one of my best friends.
Oh, I know Teddy real well. The days that he was the sports editor to Logan Banner, Teddy was, he was top notch. He was what they, referred to as Mr. Man High. He covered the hillbillies. He done it well. He was fantastic. He was one of the best sports editors in the state of West Virginia, and he's greatly missed. Yeah, we've suffered a lot of loss here in the Man area, Logan County area, as well as the mountains. But as I like to say, when I spoke with 13 about Coach Carter, Cassidy Wood, who's now up in Pittsburgh, really I'll be on one of the hardest working, not just women, but one of the hardest working individuals in the sports media world. Cassidy Wood, that was at 13, now up at Pittsburgh. It's like I told her when they ran a special on Coach Carter, legends never die.
No.
Legends never die. And, next week at Man High School, they're going to rename the football field. It'll now be known Coach William Tootie Carter Field at George A. Queen Memorial Stadium.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's a huge way to honor him, man. And like I said, prayers going out to that man community losing, Tootie and Teddy here, in just a short span of time. Going back to Teddy there, a lot of people, they really got on Teddy, because he, wrote and finished his career out at a Eastern Kentucky TV station there, and he always took a lot of heat for covering the Man Hillbillies. But I spoke to him and he said, listen, he said, I am a Man Hillbilly. He said, I'm going to cover man no matter where I'm at. And he brought Man Hillbillies to Eastern Kentucky, and definitely big shout out to you guys, and hope things start going the right direction and we can keep some of our legends around.
Myself, I'm a hillbilly at heart too. I'm a diehard hillbilly. I bleed red and blue, red, blue, and white. But when I'm on air, you wouldn't know it.
Yeah,
you wouldn't know it. And even in my write-ups, you wouldn't know it.
Yeah.
And I think that's, I have people come up and tell me that, and I think that's, that is, the greatest compliment I think anybody could receive. Well, I know you're a hillbilly man, but man, you're neutral about that.
You worked some games for us, and you never showed your bias.
I even called my nephew Grayson's games.
Yeah, you never.
Nobody would have knew. No. Nobody would have knew, and that's a thing that I'm gonna get to do this year now that he's in high school.
Yeah.
I get call a high school game, so I've got a lot of practice at the middle school level. So now I get call his high school games, and that's that's really that's going to be something. And I think back to being a NASCAR fan.
Yeah.
Ned Jarrett calling Dale Jarrett's Daytona 500 win, and this past weekend, the one that really pained me to see Harrison Burton win, being a Ross Chastain fan, and putting that little playoff, making that little playoff bubble a little tougher climb. But hey, I got faith in the Melon Man this week. I think we'll get that win at Darlington that's been eluding him the last few years, and get that watermelon and smash it on Victory Lane.
When I lived there, I don't know if you remember this, but up the C&L up toward Davin there, that C&L right there. When I was a kid, they used to have the Skull NASCAR was in that building.
Yes, it was the Jasper Engines, 77 car, and owner was Lucky Compton. Kenny Compton drove ARCA. Kenny Compton used to own a bunch of mines. He was actually a boss for my dad when he worked up there at Rock House, just go past Man High School. When you go to Man High School, you keep going straight. The Rock House mines up there, but Kenny Compton, Lucky Compton, Ken Reagan was the driver for the Cup team, and Reagan had a son, David Reagan, and actually won a couple of NASCAR races, plate races. So I remember it well. That shop, and the shop's still there. Yeah. But I remember the open house. My dad actually paid me $5. Might actually been $10. I know there was some money involved for me to go up to Kenny Compton and add, Mr. Compton, can I have your autograph? And the look from Kenny at my dad I think that was priceless, and plus worth the money as well. And being the kid I was, I took it and spent it on baseball cards. So that's like 1990. That's when Tops had that double fat pack where you could get like 125 cards in a pack, and
I remember
that was the junk era.
I was spending my money on cards back then too. I remember when I lived over there, man. I lived in South Man, and I would pedal my bicycle over to 7-Eleven and buy magazines, and they actually used to rent movies and video games there, and I would go in there and rent them video games, and really the only thing there was to do then was to go to the old skating rink in town. And my aunt and uncle owned a little variety shop there, Wanda and Tommy McCoy in town, and when the local car show come, that was what I waited for every year, was car show. And I remember skating ring real well. The man Dairy Bar, especially in junior high when we was allowed to go off grounds. JR's Pizza.
We'd go off grounds in the morning. Frank's Pizza too.
Yeah, Frank's. Yeah,
Averoni's is back up and running. Gino's. I remember the vendors coming onto the school grounds to sell us lunch.
Yeah, Frank's was straight across the road where Giovanni's is at now, right? Or is that JR's?
Frank's was up across from the football field pretty much.
Okay, JR's is the one that was straight across the road.
I think JR's was straight across the road, and Giovanni's went in. Yeah. And, I just remember going to the Dairy Bar in the morning, and, they had the old NBA Jam game when it first came out. Yeah. I spent a lot of quarters in that one. And I think that there was a basketball documentary on the TV. I can't remember. I think it was on Vice 314 on my cable box, and one of them was basketball documentaries, and it was about the NBA Jam game, how they had to go about getting it done, and they had it made, and it was almost shut down, and the process they had to go to keep it open.
Have to go look that up.
It was fantastic, and how they had to get all these diagrams down and stuff, and then you can put the codes in and play like special. Especially, I think Bill Clinton was one of them. You could play in.
Yeah, yes, he was.
The creators for the NBA Jam game. George Clinton. Yeah. Master of Funk.
Bill, it's a little 6 degrees of separation here during this thunder delay. We probably run into each other on the old breezeway back then, and But we just got a update. West Side leads 51-0 over Wyoming East. And
it's been a few rough years for Wyoming East, and they'll get it back up once. Of course, numbers are going down too. They're one of them schools that close to dropping down to single A as well. But that West Side Coger, first year on the staff, then he had 50-60 kids out, and I said it. I said, give him 2 or 3 years, he'll have Westside in the playoffs. Because when you get 50-60 kids out, you're going to eventually get athletes out, and the kids want to come, they want to play. They want to play for him. Of course, he's a Kennedy Award finalist. He led Westside to semifinals, furthest they've ever been in football. But I never would have thought that, given all the basketball history that they had there with OCN and Baileysville, that the first state championships they win would be girls basketball, not boys basketball.
No, I wouldn't. But if you've seen that girls team play, you understand why.
Oh, you understand why.
Yeah.
And I never would have thought Mount View wouldn't even have a state championship in basketball, given all the talent that they got when they combined those schools, and just one state tournament. When think about all the great Northport teams that Jennings Boyd had here, and all the national record he set with the 8 championship wins. They actually had a 40-plus game winning streak back in the late 70s. I'm not for sure. I've got this down in my house, the date, but they came to me in West Virginia. Hillbilly snapped that streak.
Oh, wow, I did not know that.
Hillbilly snapped that streak, so...
well, they did not know that. Learn something new every day.
I remember, looking through some newspaper archives as well, but it's all, it's just great memories to have growing up there, and then you research all this, but... I do remember my sophomore year well when number 1 Oceana came to town and at Man, and we put, we beat them pretty well, and we vaulted in the polls, and that carried us in the state tournament because we played them in the regional tournament. Everything was happening then. We had Neil Baker, Jared Stratton, Orlando Washington, all those guys, and then the next year they made a run to the semifinals with Orlando, Little Jack, Jason Collins. Fortunately, they just didn't have the depth.
Yeah.
If they could have had a little more bodies, I believe I'd been a double-A state championship team. Tulsa was good that year.
Yeah.
But I think with a little more bodies, I think Man might have had something for him because Man was athletic.
Yeah.
Jason Collins, one of the best basketball players I've seen come through Man High School. I tell people this a lot that, Austin Ball reminded me of a taller, slimmer Jason Collins, for those that got to watch Jason. Jason was about a 6'3", 6'4", and here you got Austin Ball, 6'6", 6'7" guy that can, handle the ball, play the wing, shoot from the outside. He can back you down, take you to the hole. So, it's the fun years that, I remember. And I remember the first ever boys state championship, too, 2014 baseball state championship, Class A. Just so happened to have 3 cousins on that team, John Thomas Keffer, Casey Mullins, Braden Griffin. That meant more. And, also after that game, seeing a younger Grayson Sanders and his younger brother Dawson Sanders, coming out to greet me, and, they were there to hug both of them. That was really the one that meant anything to me. But
John Thomas, definitely one of the legendary ones. Love catching up with him whenever we come to Hillbilly Land over there. But Bill, definitely they're starting to funnel back in here. Enjoyed definitely catching up with you as always, man. I appreciate everything that you do.
Anything to kill time and try to keep me from falling asleep over there as we wait out this delay that I don't know if anybody's got the clock on. I'm sure Joe probably did, and it's probably an hour plus, but at least it wasn't 2.5 hours like the last time.
Yeah, Joe says
it's too long. Yeah. I will agree with him on that.
Yeah, right now, if you fans has left the stadium and you're driving home and you can't watch it on D&D because you're driving, you can catch it over on WVOW with Bill and the friends over there. So
I won't be harsh on you.
Yeah,
like the ones that left the Mantuck Valley game last year. I understand this. 9 minutes to go first half, 29-7, lightning delay, possible threat of rain coming. Anytime you got lightning and thunder, you got the possible threat of some heavy rain coming in. So I can understand that. I won't be hard on you on the radio.
And let me tell you this, Marshall Thundering Herd fans, I think there's a really good chance that you might have a Man Hillbilly on your roster next year.
I'm a Herd graduate, so
I think you might get a Man Hillbilly in Huntington next year.
I'm looking forward to see what Coach Huff can produce this year. I know there's a lot of people that's.
I'm talking about in basketball.
No, basketball, but I think they're. Coach Huff this year, I know there's a lot of pressure on him to win. You coach Marshall football, there's a lot of pressure for you to win because it's It is Huntington.
Yeah.
It is Huntington, and it goes far in between. And for those that have never been to a Marshall University football game, if you want to go to one game the entire year, you got to go to the 75 game. I mean, I cannot describe the emotion that you feel after the game, the chill bumps as the team runs out. And when you're there, you need to go visit the gravesite.
Yeah,
even the visiting fans.
I've been there many times.
I've been many times. I did a photojournalism product on like a magazine spread for a project. I went to the fountain ceremony when I was on campus. The first year I was there, they did it in the evening, and it got to be a little chilly. And then they thought, if we have it in the afternoon around lunchtime, a lot of the businesses will take their lunch and we can get a bigger crowd. Nothing like it.
Nah.
There's nothing like it. And I've been on campus when they were filming the We Are Marshall movie as well, working at WMUL with a man high school graduate who is the station manager there, Dr. Charles Bailey.
Oh, did not know that.
Former statistician for Coach Tootie Carter and the man high school Hillbillies. Being in the booth there during that whole time, and when we come in, it's like we're are they going to turn? I was like, okay, they're ready.
Yeah.
They're are y'all ready for him yet? And look around, turn around. What's Matthew McConaughey?
Yeah.
It's Mick G.
Yeah.
It's Chad Pennington, Arlen Escapeda. And I never will forget that when they played the preview for the We Are Marshall movie, it happened to be a Tuesday night ESPN game when Lou Holtz and Mark Mayne was broadcasting. I happened to be sitting there looking at the preview, and man, I just got chill bumps. I just happened to get chill bumps, and the guy, come up to me and says, "Boy, it's really something." Said it really moves you while this guy's sitting here smoking a pipe, and I'm like, I totally agree with you, sir. And he just happened to turn around, and it's Lou Holtz.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, I'm talking to Lou Holtz, Notre Dame coach, and I'm like, this can't be happening. This is I'm a small town West Virginia.
Now you was working there then?
I was working for the station. I was keeping the stats for him.
Now, have you ever got to call a game at Marshall?
Yeah, we did. I got to do color. Myself and Ryan Epplin down in Wayne. I always say that Wayne's my second home because I always help Ryan out as much as I can. We would have football practice on a Friday. I would go straight out to Wayne to help them on a game if we weren't playing, especially in the playoff time. And it's just, the bonds and the friendships that we share along with Sean Ross, former Wayne High School assistant football coach down there. And I think he coached the Fort Gay middle school program too. But, sit there and talk to Lou Holtz, and then the guy comes out and starts talking to Lou Holtz. And he said, well, it's like I was just telling this young man here. And I'm like, now, not only am I talking to him, but he just acknowledged me in sentence that he was talking to me. I was like, this is unreal. And seen some of the scenes that they shot, especially the scene where they're having the board meeting and they do the We Are Marshall scene.
Yeah.
And I mean that was just great. And as much as I loved the movie, there was a lot of inaccuracies in the movie.
Yeah.
And I remember being in the movie, and as soon as they were playing, and I'm sitting there with my mom and my sister, Tiffany Lusk Sanders, Grayson's mom, who happened to be Marshall University cheerleader too. And I'm like, that didn't happen. Well, there's a quicker way to get to the, to go out to the crash site. If they just go the other way, they can get there quicker. Finally, I think after about the 20th time, my mom was just like, won't you just shut up and let me enjoy the movie? I was like, Mom, I can't. It's I know. And but she's looking at me when they run the play to win the game. She's like, did that really happen? I was like, I don't know whether they're telling you or not. You told me to shut up. But it was great times down there in Huntington to see all that, and always cherish it.
Bill Lusk, you definitely come from good stock, and again, I want to thank you for stepping over here, talking with us, always reminiscing about good times. And as they're starting to flood back in the stadium, I'm sure you got to get back on air too. We'll take a quick commercial break, but listen, I hope everything's going well with you, man. I always like catching up with you, and I hope you have a memorable football season.
You too, and killing time, transferring back and forth out here on the track, talking to the coaches and everything. And with me and Grayson, why not kill time this way? Well, thanks for having me on, man.
Yeah, thank you, guys. WVOW, Bill Lusk. Guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and then when we come back, hopefully we can get this football game started and up and going. Right now, Chapmanville leads 29-7 over Sissonville. 9 minutes to go here in the second quarter. Be right back with some more Friday Night Football up next. Stop by Eric Homa Drug today and let them fill your prescription. Eric Homa Drug has been serving the Chapmanville community for over 46 years. They're a proud supporter of the Chapmanville Tigers and all mountain athletes. Southside Buildings and Carports and Southside Shed Hunters of Louisa, Kentucky offers shed hauling services up to 16 by 52 long buildings. We also have lofted cabins, utility cabins, garages, man caves, she sheds that you can customize and order to your wants and needs with many different options such as workbenches, shelving, transom windows, and much more. You can go to the location or buy using 3D Builder's online order system. You can build right from your own home. We offer metal garages and carports that are built to any size and installed right on your property. For more info, call 304-928-0060 or 304-928-0062. Here at Southside Buildings and Carports, we've got you covered. If you got a big job to get done, don't just trust any flagging service. Call Diamond Flagging Service. Diamond Flagging Service keeps your community safe while also making sure it stays moving. Give Diamond Flagging Service a call today for their services. They also offer amazing job opportunities. Diamond Flagging Services, proud supporter of the Mountain Athletes. Come on down to Three Guys Pizza and Brew in Williamson, West Virginia. We're located on the corner of Harvey Street and 3rd Avenue. We got great deals on pizzas, sandwiches, and more. Get great service with great pricing. Enjoy your birthday or ball games with us here at Three Guys Pizza and Brew. Look forward to seeing you. And we are back here, guys, from Barker Stadium in Chapmanville, West Virginia, Tiger Country. Right now, Chapmanville leading 29-7. Over Sissonville. Joe Kinser, J.J. Pruitt, and Darryl McCoy on the call. Guys, we got a lot of comments coming in as we'll get to them here. Definitely enjoyed talking to Bill Lusk there, as always. Selena Hensley says, go Tigers. Said, what about Benji Atkins? How's he doing? He's playing a heck of a game.
Yes, he is.
Cliff Maynard watching from Sophia, North Carolina. Mike Curry watching from Ironton, Ohio. So what is happening with the Belfry game? We'll get that here in a second for you, Cliff. And Shirley Mann says, are they going to finish? Yes, they are. They will finish here in just a moment. We should be getting things up and going. So make sure you hit this share button and let them know that we're coming back online. You can watch this, guys, on Facebook and on YouTube. We are live on both social media sites. Make sure if you're at home watching, you can go to the YouTube app very quickly, very easy. And if you're watching on the app, do us a favor. Please hit that subscribe button. It would mean the world to us if you guys can do that for us. And then also, we're sitting here. Mike Ward said, he said he thinks he remembers them old tug and man games. But we got William Canterbury says, do you guys cover Eastern Kentucky anymore? William, what are you talking about, brother? We got Eastern Kentucky football on right now as the Citizens Bank Game of the Week. If you just refresh your page, we have McGoffin County versus Lewis County with producer KJ and Kevin May on the call over there. And Claude Hammond says, are they going to finish this game? They are. Nicholas Robinson says, I just got back and we're still on delay. Said, any update on the time frame, Joe?
Well, I can tell you this, okay? So by rule, that every time there's a lightning strike, it starts over the 30-minute time period. It just lightninged 5 minutes ago.
Oh wow! Okay.
So JJ, you don't add 30 minutes and an hour and a half, and 2.5 or 3. So now I have seen in the past, in football, baseball, softball. Oh, there's lightning around. Oops, I didn't see it. But for safety, you can't do that.
Yeah.
And we've had lightning strikes, and there's been a storm cell that's been around the Madison area, and that's probably about 12 miles from here for about the last 30 minutes. Well, we haven't had any rain here on Crawley Creek, but we have seen the lightning for at least the last hour and a half. Also, on the comments, there's 9 minutes remaining in the first half. Chapmanville Regional leading at 29-7 over Sissonville. Go ahead there, Darryl.
As we're sitting here, Raceland leads Letcher Central 21-14 here.
Good game.
Yeah, the really good game. They come back after being down a touchdown early on. Lawrence County takes care of business against Shelby Valley 28-12. That's at the half. I don't know what the final is now. We'll get that here in a second. Do know Brady Robinson ended up with 3 touchdowns for Shelby Valley. Boyd County up on Bell County 24-14. Ashland 27-0 over West Jessamine. We got Russell Trails Greenwood County 24-3. Sean Hager and the Floyd Central Jaguars up 18-6 on Leslie County. And let me bring up the rest here. I just clicked off it real quick. Guys, this is the Double Quick scoreboard rundown here. Get on the double at Double Quick. And as we resume here, Martin County takes care of business 40-18 over Pike Central. Thought they would end up doing that. They got revenge from their loss to Pike Central last year in that Pike County Bowl. Let's see if we got any more here. I think that's about all we got. We have not seen any updates coming out of Belfry yet. So we'll try to get them for you folks at home. Lawrence County defeated Shelby Valley 38-34 in a barn. No, it's 38-34. It's not over yet. Wow, what a game going on there in Louisa, Joe.
38-34?
Yep. Lawrence County up on Shelby Valley. Brady Robinson with 4 touchdowns.
Who's quarterback in Shelby Valley this year?
Brady Robinson.
Okay. What grade's he in?
He is a junior. He's a I think they might be twins with Sophie Robinson. She's the big-time basketball player there. And, I'm telling you, like, a lot of people think that Russ Osborne losing him, Shelby Valley was going to go down the drain. Nah, this kid, he's legit. This kid is a next-level QB. He's the fastest kid no matter what field he's on. And, Shelby Valley fans, they're going to have an exciting year there with him at QB.
Let me ask you this question about a team. I was wondering, you'd be the perfect man to know about it. JJ might as well, okay? Betsy Lane, are they going to be a one-year wonder, or how are they going to be this year?
Betsy Lane. Joe, Darryl right now has things clicking. Betsy Lane will be the shocker of the mountains. I really think that Betsy Lane's going to run the table this regular season too, and they'll end up going into the playoffs with another undefeated record. Probably make it to probably second week or so, and then probably get beat out. But because they play in that brutal 2A. But Betsy Lane is as good as any team, not your perennial powers, the Belfry, Johnson Central, Pikeville. They're probably the top of the list when it comes to the others.
Who could be a Kentucky high school team this year that could really catch somebody's eye?
I mean, your best teams are, of course, Ashland, Belfry, Johnson Central, Pikeville are your best ones. But, if I had to say, obviously, Hazard opened some eyes with that big first week win over Paintsville, in the way they done it. Don't know what, I'll have to see what the update is on this week's game, but that Hazard team much improved there. And, as you've seen, Letcher Central, playing with.
We'll be starting that up pretty soon if anybody wants to make their way down to Airport Road there at the Calvary Baptist Church.
Hey, guys, as I think we're getting ready to get things started here, you see some of the players come out and warm up here. But I would say Betsy Lane is they're the shocker. They're going to be the shocker if anybody isn't already on that bandwagon. But they got speed all around. They got good interior play. Just from top to bottom, they've become a program with Harley Quillen, Darryl. Got a couple of Prestonsburg guys in charge there. And, be interesting to see what Prestonsburg does with Sean Hager's son, Wes Hager, leading the show now there. They got a big week 1 win, upset Leslie County at Leslie County. And but I would say Hazard's probably if you was going to talk a team that could shock you that you wasn't really thinking about, I would say Hazard would probably be that team. I think Letcher Central is going to be a lot better than people think. And trying to think if anybody else really, I don't think really anybody else that would.
How deep of a run can Johnson Central and Belfry make?
Belfry, I think Belfry's semifinals for sure. I don't know about championship, but I think they can make it to the semifinals. They got an elite offensive line this year with Max Dotson, Bo Woodford, and crew. Johnson Central, I think second week of playoffs. They got a really good backfield, but their QB's young. They got young wideout, skilled position. Other than their backfield, they're really young, and I just after seeing that they didn't play the best in week 1, so I worry about Johnson Central out of all the powers. Johnson Central's the one that's giving me the biggest question mark right now.
Now, Tug Valley, they had to redo a little bit of their schedule and everything. So, East Ridge dropped them. So, they're going to be in the Sorghum Bowl this year, don't you?
Who?
Tug Valley. They're going to be in the Sorghum Bowl this year. They're taking on Morgan County. Dr. Jerry Mills told me that last night. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I broadcast. I can't remember who Morgan County played, but I had to cover it on the radio. It was one of the Pike County teams. I can't remember who it was, to be honest with you, but it was just a little bit after the tornado devastated West Liberty. That's the only time I got to go to Morgan County High School and broadcast. It was unreal because behind us was boarded up and the town was destroyed. And you had a few buildings remaining on one side. So, but Tug Valley, they're going to be in the Sorghum Bowl, and I had to Google what sorghum was. I didn't know what it was.
Sorghum.
Yeah.
I know what sorghum is. We just done
it's like honey or something like that.
It's more of a molasses.
Yeah.
There's a sorghum festival. I think it's in Mayfield that they have the sorghum festival.
And also West Liberty.
Is it West Liberty too?
Yeah. JJ, you getting this?
Oh, yeah.
You staying awake? Are you awake?
I'm trying to dissect everything like you guys are.
I tell you what, if Darryl's paying you by the word, you're not going to get paid much. You know what I'm saying?
I get paid to do production. I get paid.
And you got a windbreaker on.
Yeah. Come on now. It's cold outside. Come on.
Guys, as we sitting here, Nicholas Bear says Coach Andy Bender is up around the booth somewhere. Said you guys should get him on the show and let him talk about Southern West Virginia Middle School football this year. Well, Nick, you tell him to give us a call, and we'll definitely get him on the show. Would love to talk to about some middle school football. And let's see, Jeff Altizer says Andy Bender was watching the middle school grid last night, and he has all the info. Well, get a hold of us, and we'll definitely make that happen. Let's see, the LC game, I would say they are not live. They do not allow live streaming. They're one of the schools that does not. And so we're going to have to take word of mouth. Mike Mullins is down there, so Mike, keep us updated on what's going on there in Louisa. Guys, as we're sitting here, we got 9 minutes on the clock, 29-7 lead for Chapmanville when we return to play. Real quick, want to take a second to thank our sponsors, Toller Brothers Buildings. Toller Brothers Buildings, they'll make 28 by 40 buildings.
Wow.
So when you tick the old lady off, then, you can go there, and guess what? They make the process easy. Rent to own, no credit check needed. You can leave with a building today. So when Amy makes you sleep on the couch or makes you mad, go to Total Brothers Buildings. They got you.
Well, here's the thing, okay? So the only way I can make her mad, if I don't take her to that World Dog Grooming Expo next Friday night, okay, my credit score is 655.
Yeah.
After the divorce, it was down in the 300, so I've done a good job over the last few years.
And you see the fans are up in the background. The Tigers are coming on the field here. And so, Joe, you say that you are working the game next Friday.
Yeah.
Joe Kinser will be on the call next Friday here.
No, I'll be watching poodles and doodles and everything. That is pretty neat. I mean, you and Coach Keithley, man, y'all do those dance team competitions. That I love watching that.
Yeah, we them girls put in a lot of work, and they don't ever get noticed. So, we love being able to take and cover the dance teams during the district and region tournaments. It's something in the future we're going to try to put a dance competition together. I think that would be really fun for the girls to get some much needed publicity. And Sissonville comes on the southern sideline here. I figure they will. JJ, are you excited for this second half?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm really looking forward to seeing if Sissonville can bounce back. I mean, with the opening play, they came out and smacked Chapmanville right in the mouth, and I thought for sure that, it was going to be, a very, very close game. But then Chapmanville came in, and, they executed a lot of great plays, and, now they have a 29-7 lead. But, we still have one more half of football left to go, and, anything can happen.
Joe, JJ is from the mean streets of Matewan, West Virginia.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Good old Matewan.
Yeah.
Let me guess, Little Italy.
Red Jacket.
Red Jacket.
Yeah, it's Little Italy camp. Literally, there's a fence dividing his house and Little Italy camp. Yeah. So, I mean, literally, Joe.
I lived at Little Italy camp for 5 years, and then we ended up moving across the bridge, like 30 seconds away. So, yeah, I'm still.
What is it about the I saw DJ, I call David that. DJ, he's on Facebook. He, about a bear running around Little Italy, and supposedly it got into. Did it actually get into Calvin Joplin's vehicle? Did I read that wrong?
I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to have to message him and ask him about that. But yes, I've heard that there are a couple of bears, on the loose.
That would suck, man, if it got get in your vehicle. I have known that to happen.
Absolutely. Darryl was telling me a story about how, like, him and David, they would do the Crunch Time show. And, there were times when they would have to, like, run outside really, really fast to try to avoid getting, attacked by the bears.
Yeah, Joe was up there when we used to do it up there on the mountain, and they would have the bear that come up there, we'd have to run out. We would have to run out real quick outside the show and turn on our car lights so we could see the bear.
Darryl had said, where'd you park at, Joe? And I said, right around the corner. He goes, here, I'm going to drive you around. I said, like 50 feet. I said, I can walk it. No, man, there's there's wildlife. I know there's wildlife up there and everything. So
no,
wolves?
Yeah.
Have you seen a wolf up there yet?
Not a wolf, but I've seen many bear up there on Minor Mountain.
So you need to get up with Calvin, okay? I remember Calvin doing his games in college and high school.
Yeah.
I might have read it wrong, okay? I have a cataract, all right, and I'm 52.
It's okay.
But just you got to ask Calvin out of curiosity, okay, that if that bear actually got around his vehicle or if it got inside his vehicle.
Absolutely. I will definitely message him whenever this game is over, and I'll say, man, how's your car doing?
And David didn't get a picture of the bear, Darryl. He ran inside.
Oh, yeah. He ain't going to be nowhere around it. He's scared of everything. Mike Mullen says Sadie Johnson is a year younger than Brady. Okay, appreciate it, Mike. We got Mackenzie Allen Michael says, hey, guys, the G-men are beating Bluefield 10-0. Jake Wiley says, let's watch Dakota put in some more work. Tiger, Tiger, Tiger. And Mike Mullen says 42-34 LC with 2:53 to go. So it looks like they may wrap that one up. It's an 8-point ball game with 2 minutes to go. And Mackenzie Michael says best guy I knew was Joe Kinser.
I paid him to say that. hey, let me ask you a question, okay? 5-minute halftime?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's
5-minute halftime?
I'm for it.
2-minute halftime?
Yeah, I'm for it. Let's go talk to the officials, see if we can make that happen.
So if you are watching the broadcast, from inside the stadium and you're still, hanging in there and everything, if you want to get home early, well, you better hope that your team, Chapmanville, goes on a 22-0 run within the next 9 minutes, and No, it'd be more than that. No, 22-0 run, wouldn't it? The 42-point rule, running clock rule in the second half.
Yep. As you see,
that's that Logan High graduate. That's that Logan High math coming in just a little bit. I'm struggling.
I went to school on Pond Creek, so don't ask me to do math. If you go to school on Pond Creek, play football, you may not be the best at your grades.
At least you got a ring. You got a ring.
Yeah, there you go. I didn't.
At Logan, it used to be, if you went to Logan to play basketball. Mm-hmm. But I think Mark Hatcher's going to do some things.
I do. Mark Hatcher, I expect huge things from Mark Hatcher. I really think he's, which, you can't really say right the ship because, Hoopy had a good season last year. I think Hoopy was a great coach, and, if they'd have kept him around, I think he would have had a magical career, and they would have been lucky to keep him around. But, now, you start goat again with Mark Hatcher coming back, and look forward to seeing what Coach Hatcher brings to the table this season.
Well, here's the thing. When Mark was there, okay, he oversaw the Little League, Buddy League program and everything, all right? Logan, this is people within Logan that knows, okay? I don't live in Logan County anymore, all right? So I don't want somebody saying, well, Joe, you live up in North Central West Virginia, you don't know what you're talking about. No, I talk to people who know what they're talking about. Logan Buddy League hasn't been the same the last few years, you know what I mean? And when I say ride the ship, me being a Logan High graduate, I'm used to Logan going to the state tournament about every year. I'm used to them at least winning a state tournament game. They haven't won one since 2010 when Mark was the coach, when they won the state championship.
Yeah, Noah Cottrell, Stevie Brown, and crew, right?
Yeah. No, Paul Herbert Williamson. Paul Herbert Williamson was on that team. So, when I say ride the ship, get to the state tournament more than Haley's Comet, win a state win a state tournament game and everything, because I'll be honest with you, okay? Logan was big brother, Chapmanville was little brother. Well, guess what? Little brother's whipping up on big brother.
The last 10 years, Chapmanville's kind of
little brother's hanging banners, championship banners, and wearing rings. Big brother's not doing that.
Anytime you've got a Brad Napper on your sideline,
absolutely,
you got a chance to win the state title. I mean, he is the GOAT. And
if they had a legitimate point guard last year, they would have won a state title.
Oh, I think so too. I think they had a good point guard in Cam Blevins, but I think that once it got state tournament, point guard was definitely probably one of the weaker areas, but Cam was a good player though.
He was a good player.
Yeah, he was lightning quick, but them getting that big transfer earlier today and Logan Havanack, expect to.
Is that kid a point guard that transferred today? That's what because guess what? That's what they needed for this coming season. Is a point guard.
Yep. They needed a point guard, and now they'll have him. They'll have Joey Gollyhue, Dakota Dalton. They'll have Benji Atkins, Trenton Atkins, Jet Baisden. I mean, they got a squad coming back here in Chapmanville, and they're ready to make a run.
And I did not realize this until after the state tournament, because Gollyhue struggled for a second consecutive year at the state tournament. He had a torn groin.
Yeah, he had it all year. He played with all season long.
I did not know that until after the state tournament, until Brad told me.
Yeah, week 3 of the season, he tore it. We was covering it on D&D. He tore it, and he played with it all season long. So Joey's going to do big things this year. In Chapmanville uniform, and I listen. Let me give you a little tidbit here. Take this to the bank. Chapmanville may not be done. There may be some more additions to the roster before it's said and done.
Well, guess what? Programs recruit themselves.
That's it.
When you win, they want to play for you.
Listen,
you know what I mean?
That I told everybody. I'm a Belfry guy. But, as a freshman, if my son was good enough to play at Pikeville High School, he would have been playing at Pikeville High School. They got it going there. What they offer kids is an opportunity to play for a state title, give them a good education, and they got top-notch facilities, great experience, So, that's what you get when you get great programs. You get kids wanting to flock to that system. So, as we're sitting here, guys, 9 minutes to go. As we're coming out to kick the extra point real quick, JJ, want to thank our wonderful sponsors.
Absolutely. I always want to give a shout out to all of our sponsors because at the end of the day, we can't do this without them. And I want to give a shout out to Aracoma Drug, McCoy Dental, the Wild and Wonderful Smoke Shop located in Logan, West Virginia. I want to thank Genmar Services, Logan Bank and Trust. We want to thank Cheech's Pizza. We want to give a shout out to Southside Buildings and Carpet. And we actually hope
And we are returning back to play here as it's 2nd and 10 for Sissonville on the 20-yard line. 9 minutes to go. Let's get this underway here, guys.
And halftime will be 10 minutes. Maddox Balog in the shotgun, rows right, throws over. It's going to be a short catch and run. Tackled out of bounds out across the 30-yard line.
And guys, real quick, since we got Sissonville, I do want to take a moment and to thank a guy that really helped us, when it comes to advertising and sponsoring. He was a Sissonville Indian through and through, a dear friend that we lost about a year and a half ago. Is Appalachian Medical's Bumper Taylor. Prayers still going out to Mary Wiseman and the crew down there, but he would be proud to see the Indians out here tonight.
1st and 10 at the 32, and Borders is met by that defensive line immediately.
He was tackled by a slew of Tigers on that.
Getting in there for the Tigers, I mean, there was so many of them, but 57, that's Caleb Robinette, 1 of 5 that met Borders immediately at point of attack.
Lonnie Hayes said, Joe, that was Logan County Maddox at its finest.
I try my best.
Here we go, Balog.
And that's simple. That's going to be Young,
Short.
Leading playmaker. Little 7-yard route catch. Just trying to get something going.
Doug Cottle said he would be happy with how far y'all have come. Or came. The Bumper was a dear friend of ours that he come along and you could tell he had a passion for mountain athletics. Dearly missed Bumper Taylor.
3rd and 3 at about the 39-yard line. There's the handoff this time and breaking a couple of tackles and going to get the first down.
Yep.
Keep on moving the piles. Borders.
I'll tell you, Borders has had a solid performance tonight, Joe.
Josh Porter, one of the Tigers on the tackle.
Guys, hit that like and share button. Get these numbers up here as we're finishing this ball game out. Again, lightning delay. Spent about an hour and a half on a lightning delay there.
And, it's tough for, both these teams. But, for Chapmanville, things got a little bit too easy for them. Over an hour delay, probably an hour and a half delay. Been sitting around the locker room now. You got to turn it back on.
Well, Joe, who does that long of a lightning delay favor in this one?
Whoever's got the mental toughness, to be honest with you.
Good shoestring tackle there. That was Pridemore in on the tackle.
One of the leading tacklers last year in the D&D Sports Network coverage area. Noah Evans on that carry. Again, Sissonville scored right off the bat, opening kickoff for the game. 82-yard unofficially for the Indians, and then Chapmanville's gone on 29 unanswered points. 2nd down, 10, the ball at the 46-yard line. Rolling out to the near side, Balog. He's going to throw it. It's going to be caught in the Tiger territory, and that's going to be Brody Scott. And penalty flag, and it's going to be a 10-yard hold penalty on the Indians. Wipe that off.
Well, Joe, it looked like Coach May and producer KJ picked the right game this week as they are home and going to bed now as McGoffin County took care of Lewis County 40-0. John DeRossett racks up another win in the career.
Is that kid from Lewis County? Is that Puente? I can't.
Yeah, Pente.
Is he back?
Yeah, Jaden Pente, yeah. The kid, stud wideout. We covered him at the Prestonsburg game, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
1st and 20, the ball back at the 36-yard line.
Julian Pente.
Blog, he's going to throw it, and it's going to be picked off by the Tigers inside the 40-yard line.
Wow, what a pick. Let's look at this one more time. A stud wideout. We covered him at the Prestonsburg game, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
1st and 20, the ball back at the 36-yard line.
Julian Pente.
Blog, he's going to throw it, and it's going to be picked off by the Tigers. Get pick of the night by the Tigers.
Joe, he read the quarterback's eyes on that one.
Well, let's see if Dakota Dalton's going to go deep over the middle here. Remember, they've already cashed in on their last 4 offensive drives.
Yeah, they have not punted yet. The punter not getting much work here tonight.
No, that's their first interception. I think it was a fumble recovery.
So look how the Hoover and Indy game finished last night. That's true.
And that's going to be incomplete, intended for Robert Cook.
You know, Joe, that's nothing could be further from the truth. You know, Hoover come back, great comeback last night, against Independence.
No disrespect, but there's a difference between Independence and Sissonville. I mean,
yeah,
Sissonville's just trying to rebuild something, and I mean they're not going to lay down, but it's just.
Well, Hoover come back. Hoover was down big.
Yeah, 16 second half.
Yeah, and but I tell you, looking at this Sissonville team, I like they got some pieces out here, man.
Oh, absolutely. And Cook is going to be tackled.
Yeah, I love this Blog kid's really nice. I like Brown. They got playmakers all over the field. I think right now, the biggest difference between these two teams is in the trenches.
Absolutely, Jacob Coleman coming up, making the tackle. Sissonville, they're going to get some victories this year.
Oh yeah, 100%.
3rd down 10 from the 37. Clyde Moore going to flank over to the left. There's trip receivers up top. Rolling outside as Dakota Dalton's going to throw it out there.
Nice.
Overthrows his intended receiver, Robert Cook.
Just got a update in that Martin County win over Pike Central. Have a player of the week contender here. Julian Stafford. He had 200 yards on 3 receptions and 3 touchdowns.
Hey, that's.
Said he also had a kickoff return.
Wow. 4th down and 10. Dalton trying to draw him off sides.
He did once.
Play clock's down to 5.
It's probably, let's see, they called timeout. Nope.
It's either a timeout or delay.
Yeah. If that was a delay of game, there was no call for that.
I think they might have just tried to draw him off sides. If not, take the delay of game and set off the punting team. So that'll end the run of 4 consecutive offensive touchdown drives for Zach Belcher's offense.
Doug Cottle says great stats for sure. The Bell County 38, Boyd County 31. No surprise there. Bell County comes back and gets the victory over Boyd County, but hats off to Boyd County for making that a tough one up there on Log Mountain.
Caleb Burford on the punt for the first time tonight for the Tigers. No rush. He's going to get it away. Nice punt.
Yeah.
It's going to bounce. And the Tigers are going to let that baby roll all the way to the 1-yard line. 41-yard punt. Can't get no better than that, Darryl McCoy.
Listen, I tell you right now, special teams started out was a crapshoot here tonight for the Tigers, but Zach Belcher got this special teams unit back and clicking, after them first couple drives. And right now, they've been a couple big-time plays made by this special teams unit, and none bigger than that, pinning Sissonville back against the 1-yard line.
Oh, they're going to go for Chapmanville. That defense chomping at the bit. They want the safety.
Yeah. Bring the house, Joe.
Yeah. The defensive line really held up most of the night. So you take that shotgun snap, you're 6 yards deep in your own end zone.
Let's see here.
There's the handoff. They don't get in there. There's the safety.
A slew of Tigers rack up the safety. Joe, the one thing you couldn't do, you did, and Chapmanville adds 2 to the total. 31-7, Tigers on top.
Caleb Robinette making the initial hit.
And we'll let JR say the famous war chant here. Gotta love it.
It's like the late my good friend Jim with the voice of the pack. Pack.
That's it. Nothing like the Tiger. I tell you, I covered Brody Dalton for years, and every time I'd see him, it didn't matter where I was at. If I seen him in Town Center Mall or if I seen him at the ball game, he'd come up and passing Tiger. Yeah, he miss that kid. Him and his sister was 2 of my favorites I ever covered here.
Caleb Burford again, the punter, 41-yard punt inside the 1-yard line. And, when you took that shotgun snaps 6 yards deep in your own end zone and that defensive front for the Tigers, you knew the odds were high for a safety. 31-7.
Yeah, and listen, we've talked about the offense coordinator a lot here for the Tigers in James Barker, one of our fellow D&D Sports broadcasters here. But this defense coordinator, I don't know who he is, but he's doing a heck of a job tonight.
Yeah, I'll have to ask about that. Only reason.
Yeah, we'll try to figure it out for you guys. I'm sure one of our faithful fans are tuning in and can give us that answer. Joe, I thought I knew everything, but
I know I don't know everything. And there's the free kick. High AstroTurf bounce picked up at the 42. Full head of steam and getting inside the 40-yard line down to the 35 of Sissonville.
That's number 2 on the return.
Number 2, Wesley Watts.
Wesley Watts.
Yep.
My light needs recharged, I think.
They're pretty sure it's head coach Zach Belcher is the DC. Okay. Appreciate you, John Thomas. Said he was the DC before he took the head job as well. So he was the DC for Coach Barker. Now Coach Barker returning the favor and his offense coordinator.
First down and 10 at the Indians' 35-yard line. Dalton in the gun. Cook in motion. There's the handoff to Cook. Cook trying to get around the edge. And it's going to be a block in the back, and that run's going to be coming back. JJ, first broadcast?
Absolutely.
Over an hour and a half delay and everything. What have you learned tonight?
I've learned that anything can happen in a football game. And, I've also learned a lot about the players. I mean, this entire atmosphere, this is a tremendous experience, and I really appreciate you carrying me throughout this game on the broadcast network. I mean, yeah, this is amazing.
And you learn how Darryl and Bill and I just full BS and kill time. You know what I mean?
I mean, I wouldn't call it that. I would call it very informative. I think that's the right word to say. You gave us a lot of information throughout that, period where we was on the delay. And
Darryl, I think you and Bill need to do a show, man. Y'all really?
Well, a little known fact, Joe, actually, before you come aboard, Bill used to work for us.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And there's a fumble snap, and Tiger's going to have to eat it.
Yeah, we've had a lot of good broadcasters here at D&D. That's definitely one of our strengths, with Joe Barker. We have Bill Lusk, Eugene, Ronnie. When it comes to broadcasters, I'm just the old no junk on the bottom of the barrel. But we've got a slew of good broadcasters here at D&D.
2nd and 22, ball sitting back at the 47-yard line. A little over 3 minutes remaining in the first half. Again, halftime will be 10 minutes.
Dakota Dalton seeing that defensive line. Handoff.
And up the gut for about 3 yards. That'll be Pride Moore.
And Darryl, I just want to point out that once again we have had another successful night. We are at almost 20,000 hits so far for this game.
Wow. The last 2 ball games, 70,000 so far. Let's get this up around 30,000, 40,000 for these boys.
Absolutely.
I can't believe that by the time I got to Charleston last night, it was over 40,000.
Yeah, it's insane, man.
Mingo Central Tug Valley.
We got the best fans you'll ever see in your life.
3rd down, 19, ball back at the 44. Dalton looking, steps up. He's going to have to tuck it. He's going to have to run. And
nice stiff arm.
Good job.
Down the sideline. 1st down, Tigers.
He trucked him.
Yes, he did.
That was the Doug Howard stiff arm, baby.
Did you get that on replay? Check that out. Nice stiff arm.
Good job.
Down the sideline. 1st down. But, the great run there by Dakota Dalton. And, and we was talking about our fans there, Joe. Our fans are by far the best fans you'll ever see. People want to know why our sponsors sponsor with us. Well, 2 things. We keep our prices low so everybody can sponsor. When you see all these sponsors, it's because they can afford to sponsor because our prices, are so low. And the other thing is, our fans support the businesses. We are 24-2 in 26 elections that we've worked. That tells you how much our fans come through in the clutch. They support the businesses like none other. So, big shout out to our fans at home for tuning in and all the work that they do supporting the sponsors they see on the broadcast.
You thought that Dalton was just going to try to get as much yardage as he can to make 4th down manageable, but he just laid the stiff arm. And the reason why I gave the Doug Howard stiff arm when I was the voice of the Pirates on the radio back in 03 and 04 when they won those titles.
Prestonsburg.
When David Jones was there, Doug Howard in that backfield. Okay,
Thunder and Lightning.
Doug Howard would stiff arm you straight to heck.
Yes, he would. He'd send you to 80s.
1st down, 10, the ball to 23. Straight handoff this time, and still pushing the defender. Piggyback ride that time. That's, guess what, Eli Pride Moore.
Let me tell you a little thing about Dakota Dalton. We do the Kentucky-Tennessee Future Stars game every year, and we was doing it this year, and National Recruiting Scout from 24/7 Sports come up to me. He said, I know y'all do a lot of West Virginia stuff. He said, I watch y'all stuff on Twitter and on Facebook. He said, let me tell you about this kid. And he said, Dakota Dalton. And he said, do you know him? I said, heck yeah, I know him. I said, kid is a freak. So he's being recognized by some national recruiters already.
There's the handoff to Cook. There's a good block. There's a 1st down inside the 5. Touchdown, Tigers!
Tiger, as Robert Cook adds another score on the board. Let's look at this one more time. And I watch y'all stuff on Twitter and on Facebook. He said, let me tell you about this kid. And he said, Dakota Dalton. And he said, do you know him? I said, heck yeah, I know him. I said, kid is a freak. So he's being recognized by some national recruiters already.
There's the handoff to Cook. There's a good block. There's a 1st down inside the 5. Touchdown!
Nice run by Robert Cook. Extra point attempt up and good. 38-7 is the score here. 1:10 to go here in the 2nd quarter. Guys, or no good. So that was on the outside, wide left. So it's going to stay 37-7. We'll jump out for one quick commercial break, and then we'll be right back here with more Tiger football.
Get ready to rev your engines and hit the trails on October 10th through the 13th at the 23rd National Trail Fest in Gilbert, West Virginia. With miles of award-winning trails, sanctioned drag racing, live music, and thrilling poker runs, there's nonstop excitement for everyone. Indulge in mouth-watering food and discover unique finds from our vendors. Located in scenic southern West Virginia, it's the perfect escape from it all.
Come on down to Three Guys Pizza and Brew in Williamson, West Virginia. We're located on the corner of Harvey Street and 3rd Avenue. We got great deals on pizzas, sandwiches, and more. Get great service with great pricing. Enjoy your birthday or ball games with us here at Three Guys Pizza and Brew. Look forward to seeing you. And we are back here. As you see, the Chapmanville cheerleaders got a lot to cheer about tonight, Joe. As you see, the Tigers cheerleaders always doing a fabulous job. And we are kicking off. They quick hit me there real quick, Joe. And Sissonville's going to return it to about the 34-yard line here.
On the tackle for the Tigers is Jackson Ellison, one of those freshmen.
Yeah.
And the kickoff returner was Noah Evans.
Now we got Jacob Robinette says Zach is the DC. Shirley Mann says Dalton had a good summer training this summer. He did. Trained a lot with former Kennedy Award frontrunner Matt Fry last year. Dakota spent almost the entire summer with him.
Going under center this time, and nothing there but for the ball carrier. Ellison, one of the Tigers in there. Preston Kovach.
Mary Ruth Ward says she loves to listen to us. We are awesome. Well, Mary Ruth, we appreciate you tuning in, and we love that you love to listen to us. We love that you love listening to us, Mary.
Absolutely. We love all of our fans.
Landon Williams also in on that tackle for the Tigers. Second down 10, ball to 35.
You go, Joe, loaded front here.
Straight handoff. Breaking one tackle, but still very little gain.
Number 17 in on the tackle.
And we got another comment in the comments section, Darryl. It's from Shirley Mann. She says, Matt is my great-grandson. So.
Oh, Matt Fry.
Yeah.
Okay. Matt Fry is I would have to sit here and go, take my time and go through them, but he's definitely top 3 quarterback that I've covered in the D&D era.
Jeremy Collins in on the tackle, and that's the half. We'll have a 10-minute halftime, Darryl.
Yeah.
It's all Tigers tonight.
That takes us to the half. 37-7 as Chapmanville returns to the locker room, and they'll talk about it. Guys, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back, and we will give you the Jim Mar Services halftime update in just a moment. Come right back and join us here on the D&D Sports Network. Stop by Treasures Unlimited, located in the old Highland Myers building in Kermit, West Virginia. They have a little bit of everything. Tents, TVs, furniture, bikes, bins. Whatever you need, they have you at Treasures Unlimited. They also want to say, Go Panthers. If you want to work for the nicest fleet of trucks around, call Eric's Trucking. Right now we are hiring for 18 and 10-wheeler drivers. Must have CDLs. Eric's Trucking is a proud supporter of the Mingo Central Miners, Tug Valley Panthers, and all mountain athletes. If you're looking for a friendly and fun atmosphere to enjoy your daily cuisine, come to Cheech's Pizza in Lenore, West Virginia. Cheech's Pizza has world-renowned cheese sticks, delicious pizza, and the best subs in the pizza and pasta game. Don't forget to take advantage of our milkshake shop located inside. Bring your family down to meet ours. We are the place that treats you like family from the second you pull in the parking lot. We look forward to seeing you here at Cheech's Pizza.
Here at Logan Bank and Trust, we are committed to serving the needs of the southern coalfields. So if you need to borrow money, remember, we are just a click away.
Here at LB&T, we make online banking easy.
We've taken the hassle out of applying for a loan on our new website. It's as simple as going to our lbnt.com website and choosing the loan product that best suits your needs.
Your loan on your time. Visit us at lbnt.com. You're only a click away.
So if you need to borrow money, remember, we are just a click away. It's easy to apply online at lbnt.com, and all decisions are made locally. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Looking for a new healthcare provider? Come see us at Tuck Valley Wellness Clinic. We take all patients from the ages 2 and up. Our staff has over 30 years of medical experience. We do everything from DOT physicals, wellness exams, adult and child, walk-in visits, and more. Call us today at 304-236-3601 and reach us Monday through Friday.
If you're injured in a car wreck, don't delay. Give me a call today, Justin Markham. Here at Markham Law Office, we will fight for you. Don't settle for a handshake and a small check from the insurance companies. Give us a call. Don't take on the big insurance companies alone. We will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Here at Markham Law Office, you're more than a client. You're family, and we take care of family. Give me a call, Justin Markham, attorney at law.
Don't be stuck out in the harsh weather this winter. Make sure you get your car right and stop by Western Auto, located in Kermit, West Virginia. They're also a certified steel dealer, so if you're looking for outdoor or car needs, call Western Auto today.
Tigers down there taking a seat. Well, they earned that seat as they are up 37-7 on the Sissonville Indians. From left to right, Joe Kinser, J.J. Pruitt, and Darryl McCoy on the call here. Joe, I know you got us covered on stats here. Let us know what we're looking at.
Well, it's all lopsided so far for the Tigers. Let's take a look. Robert Cook, he's been quarterbacking tonight. I know Dalton has taken majority of the snaps, but Cook started out as the quarterback. He's a senior, but he's also had a lot of work in at running back as well. So Robert Cook, 8 carries, 98 yards, and 2 touchdowns in the first half. And then you have Dakota Dalton, 5 carries for 36 yards. Eli Pridemore, 6 carries for 33 yards and 2 touchdowns. Andrew Topping with a 1-yard touchdown run, 1 carry for 1 yard. So in the first half, again, it's been all Tigers. Leading rusher is Cook with 98, Dalton with 36, Pridemore with 33, and Topping with 1 rushing touchdown so far in the first half. Pridemore and Cook with 2 each, and then you had Topping with a touchdown as well. Cook throwing the football 3 of 3 tonight for 55 yards, and then you have Dakota Dalton throwing the football 1 of 4 for 23 yards. JJ, the leading receiver tonight for the Tigers, has been Austin Atkins, as he has caught 3 balls tonight, and he has 57 yards receiving. Topping with a catch for 21 yards. So that's the stats for the Tigers, and again, not a lot of stats for Sissonville. Maddox Balog, 5 of 10 passing for 40 yards. He's been picked off 1 time here this evening, as the Tigers defense has 2 takeaways. And then you take a look at rushing the football, just not a lot of rushing yards, only 20 yards rushing for Sissonville so far in the first half.
Absolutely. So what? One of the things that I was wondering was how the teams were going to play whenever the delay finally ended, because they were on a 1-hour delay, and I was wondering if Chapmanville was going to pretty much pick up where they left off, or if it was possible that Sissonville was going to get a little bit of momentum. And, you know, clearly as soon as the game started again, Chapmanville picked up right where they left off.
Absolutely. You know, they struggled a little bit, and then they lost their momentum offensively. You know, you're like, goodness, Joe. I mean, first 4 possessions, they scored touchdowns, and they had a drive that stalled. Then Burford, the punter, 41-yard punt inside the 1-yard line, and then first snap after that, it was the safety, and then all over again, the momentum changed. But, for Sissonville, again, a team that was winless last year, they have pieces. These kids, they have 5 veterans on their ball club. This is a program that only had 18 to 20 players 1 year ago. They're up to nearly 40. They have a freshman class of 10, which has some success in the middle school level. Most of these young men for Sissonville, they just need experience.
And I'm like you. You have to think, this, like you said, last year they were 0-10, and now this year, they've got almost double the players. So, I mean, if all of these...
they've won the battle there,
yeah,
the roster.
Yeah, and, you give it maybe a year, maybe 2 years, it's hard to tell what this team is going to look like, especially once this team starts to develop that chemistry, because like you said, they have 20 new, almost 20 new players, so they need a little bit of time to figure out, who's going to be best at this position, who's going to be best at this position. And, I think over time they're going to be okay.
And you got to remember, back in 2010, Sissonville, they went 0-10, and then they follow up a 2-8 season. And then for the next 9 years, it was either 500 or it was winning football. And for the most part, Sissonville was a state playoff team. So, on the high school level, it comes in cycles.
Absolutely. And my question is, out of these 20 players, how many have never played football before that they may have tried to, persuade to come out for the team, and now that they're out for the team, they're still learning? I mean, there's a lot of questions that, you can take from that, and, I mean...
They have, but they do have pieces. Now, last year, Darryl, maybe I was a little bit critical of Sissonville. You're saying they're 0-10, they struggled. They were routed in a lot of games by very good teams. But like I broadcast the Scott game last year, 2.5 quarters, it was a ball game.
Yeah.
And they didn't lay down for anybody. They're not going to lay down for anybody this year. But the coaching staff for Sissonville, they just want to just rebuild the program up, get better each and every day. That's Philip Haywood, Belfry, he always talked about that for years. But for Zach Belcher and the gang at Chapmanville, they like I said, they barely missed out on the playoffs, went 5-5. Well, they want to kick through that door. They want to go into the postseason and build on in the next few years because, again, the Tigers made the playoffs in 2022, but it was like 5-5, 4-6 for quite a few years. It's been a little while since the Tigers have won a playoff game. And Zach Belcher wants to, and this coaching staff, they want to get the Tigers back into the playoffs and actually win a playoff game.
And every team goes through a rebuilding season at some point. I mean, even the Belfry Pirates, no team is perfect, and this is just one of those examples.
Now, speak for yourself. Belfry's close to perfect as you get, buddy.
George.
Huh? I told him Belfry's as close as you can get.
I mean, they had a rebuilding year once upon a time. I can't remember when it was, but
it was before Philip Haywood got there, son.
Yeah, that was about 40 years ago. But they still had that one rebuilding year.
21-14 right now. Belfry's up on GRC.
Wow. And remember last year, the Chief, Joe Cherico, he graduated from Logan.
Yeah.
They were trailing at halftime, and it was the onside kick.
Yeah. Yep.
That
changed the whole complexion of the game.
Absolutely.
Greenup County up on Russell, 38-9. Belfry leading GRC, 21-14. Letcher Central loses to Raceland, 21-14 is the final there. Martin County, 40-18 victory over Pike Central. Shelby Valley loses to Lawrence County. Bulldogs win 49-34. Ashland spanks West Jessamine 42-6. Bell County with the comeback defeats Boyd County 36-31. We got Knott Central defeating Jackson County 43-28. Leslie County takes care of Floyd Central 41-26. And let's see, also got Hazard defeats Harlan County 33-0. Again, Joe, that's what I tell you. Who the surprise team was? Yep.
That's what you told me.
And they just took care of business.
They have a new coach, don't they?
Yeah. He's first-year head coach, Coach Chandler. He's former Jenkins Cavalier. Here, Paris with the spanking on Paintsville, 63-30 on the road. Paris comes to Paintsville getting the big victory. Let's see. And I think that wraps up all of our scores from around the region. So, guys, if you got any score updates, make sure you send them to us. I know last we seen, Westside was up 51-0 on Wyoming East.
Westside?
Yeah.
That's the battle for the shovel, I think.
Yep.
Wesley Watts back deep, number 2 for the Tigers.
Well, you've seen Watts. He's had a couple nice returns.
Swain's going to kick it off for the Indians. But again, like Darryl, like JJ and I was talking about, this coaching staff for Sissonville, they've already won the battle in the preseason. That's from going up between 18 to 20 to nearly 40, doubling the roster.
Yeah.
Big freshman class. Again, the team didn't win a game last year, but by goodness, I tell you what, they might have been routed in a few, but they gave some teams some fits last year as well. Here comes the unintentional, maybe onside kick. It's going to go out of bounds. It's a legal procedure, and the Tigers will have good field position.
Yeah, I'll tell you, although this is a lopsided game right now, 37-7, Chapmanville on top of Sissonville, I see a lot of things I like out of Sissonville. It's just, you can tell, they're just outmatched in the trenches.
This is the 18th meeting between both these teams, and for a lot of these matchups, they've been very competitive. With Chapmanville, they should win here again tonight. It'll be 3 consecutive wins, but before then, Sissonville dominated the series for about 7 years. Cook is going to be flankered out here. I think they're just trying to spread them out here, and let's see if they're going to give it to Dalton on the run. Nope, he's going to be looking to throw. He's flushed. He's tucking. He's running. He's got the first down. He's going to slide to the 35-yard line.
Nice job by Coda Dalton. I'm telling you what, listen, jump on it now, because we're not going to let you on after. Jump on the Dakota Dalton bandwagon, guys, because this kid right here is going to be one of the top prospects in the Cofield for the next 4 years, Joe.
6 carries, 52 yards for the freshman.
Yep. Yeah, and he just, he's run his offense to perfection here. He had a couple early, nearly lost fumbles there, but they ended up taking and getting them back, and ever since then, his nerves calmed down. Here he is. There
Go for the home run ball. Cook overthrew him.
He had it.
And here's the thing, he's getting a lot of stats because of the lopsided of the game score right now. But if Dalton struggles, you got a veteran in Robert Cook can go back there.
That's it. And I'm sure there's going to be some teams that's going to give him some problems over this season. But right now, I really like what I'm seeing, Joe. When you look at the kid stands 6'3", 6'2", 6'2 and a half, somewhere around there. Probably, I'd say somewhere around 180 to 200 pound.
They're overloading the left side of that offensive line. Pridemore on the edge, screen pass, complete the Topping. And Topping's going to get about 6 yards. That's going to be Noah Evans on the tackle. That's the second completion of the night for the freshman.
Pridemore, again, continuing to have a big game, and we got a player down. That's just cramps right now. Sissonville player being worked on out there on the field.
Still humid?
Yeah. Really humid. And, the first 2 weeks of the season, you're always going to see cramps. I mean, that's, listen, it's just like paying taxes. It's got to happen, And, but, this game here, we've been pretty lucky that we've not seen a huge amount of cramps. Normally that's half the game right there is cramps in week 1.
Both these programs with milestones tonight. Chapmanville Regional beginning year number 75 of football. Sissonville, their 90th year of playing football.
Wow. Okay.
How often do you see that in the same game, 2 programs having milestones?
Very rare. Very rare. 90th year for Sissonville. Been a long time for the Indians.
3rd down, 4 from the 29. There's the give to Pridemore. Pridemore's going to have the first down and more, and he's going to get all the way down to about the 5-yard line.
I'm telling you right now, when you give out the MVP of this game, Joe, when we talk about the Means Beef Turkey player of the game, you got to give James Barker strong consideration.
He's doing a great job. Pridemore now up to nearly 70 yards rushing.
Joe, we got a couple. Now, you can see right now, we'll see how long they leave Dalton and them in as they're starting to rotate some of the second stringers in.
Dalton's going to keep it himself. Lunges, touchdown! Yes!
Number 15,
touchdown Tigers! Let's look at this one more time, Joe. They leave Dalton and them in as they're starting to rotate some of the second stringers in.
Dalton's going to keep it himself. Lunges, touchdown! Football over the goal line.
Looked like a mini Reggie Bush.
Yes, it did.
Yeah.
Farrell on with another PAT. His leg's getting a workout tonight. Right down the middle. 44-7, and we're getting ever so closer to that 42-point running clock rule.
And as they do, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back with more on the D&D Sports Network Friday Night Football.
There are buttons to button, snacks to prepare, math problems to help with, and boo-boos to kiss. If you have people who need you, you need life insurance. Talk to a Kentucky Farm Bureau agent about a policy that protects the ones you love. Kentucky Farm Bureau Insurance. Big on commitment.
Stop by Treasures Unlimited, located in the old Highland Myers building in Kermit, West Virginia. They have a little bit of everything. Tents, TVs, furniture, bikes, bins. Whatever you need, they have you at Treasures Unlimited. They also want to say, Go Panthers. And we are here in Tiger Country, guys. Chapmanville leads Sissonville 44-7. 8 minutes to go in the third quarter here at Barker Stadium. Joe Kinser, J.J. Pruitt, and Darryl McCoy on the call.
Scott Nevins back deep to receive.
I want to ask you guys, hit that like and share button. Let them know where you're watching from, who you're rooting for in the comment section below. We got the power structure here, but we want to thank Joe and our producer KJ and Kevin May. Nice kickoff.
Right to Scott. Right up the middle. He's got plenty of room. Going to get up across the 30 to near the 35.
But I want to thank the rest of our crew at D&D. I want to thank David Jones, the maestro Thomas Rainey, producer KJ, Coach May, who went on the road to McGoffin County tonight, covered that one for you folks. It takes a full team here. And, want to thank all them guys, too. Bradley Dameron, our chief sports writer at dndsports.com. We got a slew of talent here at D&D Sports that we definitely want to make sure we give thanks to.
Maddox Balog back in the gun. Single back set. Looking. Flushed. Rose out. Still looking. And he's going to be pushed out of bounds. That's going to be a sack for Pridemore.
Joe, I don't understand why he didn't get rid of that.
Well, I agree.
He was out of the pocket. Had plenty of time to throw it away. Took the sack, though, and with a loss of 5, that's going to bring up 2nd and 15 for the Indians.
The Indian sparkle tonight has been special teams.
Yeah.
Kickoff return. 80-plus yards for Scott to start off the game. Then I think he had another one of about 40. Straight handoff up the middle. Good aggressive running that time by Borders.
It's getting that point in the game. 7:39 to go, third quarter. And if you're asking why we're on so late, we had a lightning delay. Held us up about an hour and a half. So, I expect a lot of fans start trickling in here at the end of the broadcast.
Gain of about 5. Third down and 10. Tackle made by 17. I don't have 17 on the roster. Must have had a number change. Indians trying to convert on third down. The slot receiver to the bottom got a head start, nevertheless, and there is going to be incomplete pass. Good pressure by the Tigers defense.
Nice pursuit of the quarterback there by a couple. Chapmanville Tigers bringing up a 4th and 10. That's going to bring out the punting unit for the Indians.
And one of them was Landon Williams, Jr.
They said, what a play by the QB. Lonnie Hayes says. Belinda Anderson says, great team. Charlene Dingus says, Tiger, Tiger, Tiger. Belinda Anderson cheering on the Tigers. Charlene Dingus says, way to go, Eli. So, guys, let them know where you're watching from, who you're rooting for in the comment section below as the Indians are back to punt.
Balog, 5 of 11 passing. There's a high snap on the punt. There's one to drop on it. Ball still on the ground. And nevertheless, it's going to be Tigers football.
Joe, another big play by this special teams unit after a slow start tonight. This special teams has been one of the, I guess, big plus factors for the Tigers tonight.
Absolutely. I mean, Burford, the punter, 41-yard punt inside the 1-yard line, led to a safety, and again, another good play right there. And if you're James Barker, the offensive coordinator, call you some good plays here, get the running clock going.
And the only points of the night for Sissonville come on the opening kickoff as they returned it back 90 yards to the house.
So, again, if Chapmanville Regional can put it in the end zone here due to the new rule in West Virginia this year, we'll have the running clock. It's 42 points or more in the second half. And Chapmanville's going to call the timeout.
Yeah, they'll take the timeout here as we see Coach Barker and Coach Belcher talking to the crew. We will jump out for a quick break and be right back with more on D&D Sports Network Friday Night Football.
Get ready to rev your engines and hit the trails on October 10th through the 13th at the 23rd National Trail Fest in Gilbert, West Virginia. With miles of award-winning trails, sanctioned drag racing, live music, and thrilling poker runs, there's nonstop excitement for everyone. Indulge in mouth-watering food and discover unique finds from our vendors. Located in scenic southern West Virginia, it's the perfect escape from it all.
Don't be stuck out in the harsh weather this winter. Make sure you get your car right and stop by Western Auto, located in Kermit, West Virginia. They're also a certified steel dealer, so if you're looking for outdoor or car needs, call Western Auto today.
As we're sitting here, Shirley Manns, you saying I'm having trouble talking?
Says you are double talking. What's wrong?
I don't know. We'll have to look.
There's the toss pitch this time. New running back in there and good positive yardage.
Yeah, if you're talking about my voice, I'm a little hoarse right now. I'm not hoarse. I got strep throat. So,
I was struggling too because I was coughing a little bit as well. Yeah, my allergies are killing me. That's Marlon Corbett that time with the carry for the Tigers.
There we go. The JR's got me over here with some hauls.
Corbett, a tracks standout. Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Second down 2 from the 6-yard line. Under center this time. Toss pitch. Again to Corbett. Trying to turn a corner. Trying to get into the end zone. Touchdown, Tiger!
That kid has some speed, Joe.
He was fast. Well, he placed in the 100-yard dash in track. He's a track athlete here at Chapmanville Regional.
I can see why, because he turned the burners on.
Absolutely.
It didn't take him long at all to get to the end zone. So as Tigers will jump up here, 60-7, getting a running clock. Holding, so that one's going to come back. real quick,
The referee don't want to go home.
Joe, big shout out to these young ladies right here, Chapmanville's cheerleading squad, as these cheerleaders are hanging in there, hanging tough at 11 o'clock. The Sissonville cheerleaders, they packed up and went home. They said, hey, we're not staying, saying it's past our bedtime.
They're probably going to Morgantown tomorrow, watch the game.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Second down 10 to the 13-yard line. I mean, you can call hold on every play. There's the give to Corbett again. He's not down. No whistle, and good job by that young man. Just taking off, not giving up on the play.
What's that term? Aware, self-aware, or
self-aware? I mean, he was on top of bodies.
Yeah.
Never touched the ground.
He knew exactly. He knew he was in a good position.
Kelly Belcher says, Coach Belcher's wife here said we left during the delay. Thank you for the streaming. Go Tigers. Kelly, we really appreciate you tuning in, and we appreciate Coach Belcher for making sure it's easy for us to promote the athletes. And you got a heck of a husband there. The guy's a hell of a ball coach.
Toss pitch to Corbett again, trying to cut the corner this time, and he's in no man's land. Pursued there by the Indians. I mean, I can't believe at 11:03 there's a holding penalty, wipe off the touchdown. You can call hold on every play, can't you, Darryl?
You 100% can. I was shocked by that too, but hey, they called it, so we got to deal with it. Bradley Dameron says Westside beats Wyoming East 59-6. Caden Vance had 5 passing TDs, 2 rushing TDs, 7 on the night.
He said Mingo Central. Guess what? I'm warming up for you for next week.
Yep. So all of a sudden, that one looked like a give me at the beginning of the year. David Jones and the squad's going to have to play when they go to Oceana.
No, it's not a give me.
Now, here we go. They're going to have...
I used to golf over there. The high school was built beside the golf course at Clear Fork.
Yep, beautiful area.
So Warren's going to try the field goal here.
Warren, Dakota Dalton, Hoden.
25-yarder. Angle to the left.
It's up.
Plenty of distance.
Good. Yeah. 47-7 stretches out to a 40-point lead here for the Tigers. With 4:20 to go in the third, we're going to take a quick break. Be right back with more Chapmanville Tiger football on the D&D Sports Network. If you got a big job to get done, don't just trust any flagging service. Call Diamond Flagging Service. Diamond Flagging Service keeps your community safe while also making sure it stays moving. Give Diamond Flagging Service a call today for their services. They also offer amazing job opportunities. Diamond Flagging Services, proud supporter of the Mountain Athletes. Come on down to Three Guys Pizza and Brew in Williamson, West Virginia. We're located on the corner of Harvey Street and 3rd Avenue. We got great deals on pizzas, sandwiches, and more. Get great service with great pricing. Enjoy your birthday or ball games with us here at Three Guys Pizza and Brew. Look forward to seeing you. Back here, guys. Barker Stadium in Chapmanville, West Virginia. It's the Chapmanville Tigers leading the Sissonville Indians 47-7. 4:20 to go. Here in the third quarter, Joe Kinser, J.J. Pruitt, and Darryl McCoy on the call. You're watching Friday Night Football on the D&D Sports Network.
J.J. don't care if we're muted any other time, but by gosh, during that commercial break,
he did.
He was making sure we was muted. There's kickoff return for about 15 yards. I mean, I was just giving some stats about broadcasters. I mean,
great statistics. I love being educated.
So he don't care any other time if we're muted, but he says, "Oh my gosh, we got to be muted now."
Yeah,
if I'm gonna
that's the way he is.
My main man Darryl McCoy said, you got to watch out for the hot mics, and I was just looking out for him. Yeah, the first day that we did broadcasting together, he said a couple words, and he thought that the microphones was off.
Hey, Darryl, we should have had running clock 7 minutes ago, don't you?
Yeah. Should have.
Yeah, according to that Logan math.
First down to 10. Balog throws. And it's picked off by the Tigers. We can have running clock now, baby. Nope. Inside the 15-yard line.
Yeah. Still got some offense to do here. Sissonville.
Walker Thompson, the sophomore, with the pick.
Yeah, the Indian fans here, right now, this is the time when if you're the coach, you're saying, let's work on some stuff that we're weak at, So when we go back and watch film, we can pick some things apart here. We've not played, great all night, on the defensive side, but let's get a stop here and let's build off that.
My buddy KJ's watching. He's mad at me because I didn't climb up the freaking steps last night at Minor Mountain on top of the press box to say hi. I mean,
it is kind of dirty.
He could have came downstairs and said hi to me.
He can be a little sensitive at times.
I'm older, man.
We got JJ and KJ beef here.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, that's JJ.
You say he was too much into his feelings? Is that what you're trying to say?
Uh-oh, he's in the comments section.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. He's watching.
Yeah.
Peanut butter and jelly, that's what we call ourselves. PBJ.
Belinda Anderson says she loves the players. Absolutely, Belinda. They're the ones that make us go round. All mountain athletes. Sissonville, Chapmanville. We love them all here at D&D.
Toss pitch to the near side. That's Corbett again. Corbett breaks a couple tackles. He's trying to get into the end zone. Touchdown, Tigers! 20 yards out. Mariel Corbett. Again, he's a track standout here at Chapmanville Regional, Darryl McCoy.
Did we get that on the replay?
Again, Corbett breaks a couple tackles. He's trying to get into the end zone. Touchdown, Tigers!
Turned on the afterburners there on that one as Corbett punches it out, makes it 53-7. Extra point coming up.
Buddy Sean Ward's watching. Wes Wilson.
Yeah, Wes Wilson, one of the best photographers in the business.
Burple's watching, baby. I've known Burple since I'm older than him, but I know him since grade school.
As Sean Ward is the assistant coach at Huntington Prep now.
KJ says main intel needs to hush.
He what now?
KJ says main intel needs to hush.
He calls JJ main intel because of his head of hair, Joe.
He knows I got the best hair in the business.
The score will stick 53-7, 3:59 to go. We'll take a quick break. Be right back with more on the D&D Sports Network.
If you're looking for a friendly and fun atmosphere to enjoy your daily cuisine, come to Cheech's Pizza in Lenore, West Virginia. Cheech's Pizza has world-renowned cheese sticks, delicious pizza, and the best subs in the pizza and pasta game. Don't forget to take advantage of our milkshake shop located inside. Bring your family down to meet ours. We are the place that treats you like family from the second you pull in the parking lot. We look forward to seeing you here at Cheech's Pizza.
We are back here, as you see, Sissonville over there, trying to figure out something here, to, get some positives going for this Indian squad right now. And, they've got some playmakers. They just got to put some things together, and this offensive line's got to give the quarterback a little bit of time and create some holes for the running back. That's been the to me, that's been the black eye for Sissonville tonight. That's been their weak spot, is the offensive line. But they got playmakers as you look all the way around.
Is PBJ going to be able to work a football game this year?
He worked.
No, peanut butter jelly.
Peanut butter jelly. I don't know, Joe. You say you can't never work. So
it's next week. We'll get David to sub me out for PA.
He ain't gonna let you go there, Joe. You're too valuable. Here we go. Kickoff is off.
Ball taken inside the 15-yard line this time. Missed one tackle. Still on the feet across the 30 to 35-yard line. That's been the bright spot tonight for Sissonville, guys.
They've had a nice special teams unit. Ashley Dalton says, lay off my guy KJ. As we're sitting here, Bradley Dalton says JJ needs to avoid those hot tuies, grannies on the way home. Yes, he does. Joe, I don't know if you heard about that.
No, go ahead.
What happened? You didn't hear about it? Listen, we was eating at Toke Fork and Spoon the other day.
Is that any good?
It's awesome.
Okay.
Man. They are delicious.
Okay, we'll go there.
Located in Kermit there, right outside Kermit by the Teardrop Inn.
Yeah.
And JJ was sitting there eating, and he had his back to the doorway.
Yeah.
Woman walked in. She was walking out. Her husband kept walking to the car, so he must have knew she was about to do something stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And she reached down, and she was like sniffing JJ's hair. And I was like, JJ, I think she knows you. I thought she was like, trying to scare him. I thought she knew him.
Yeah.
Well, when he turned around, he kind of looked at her, and I was like, JJ don't know her, So she said, I just wanted to tell you that the women at my Rotary Club would die for that set of hair. And I told her, I said he spends a lot of time up here under the hair dryers with old women. I said, he went and got that perm done last week. Well, JJ told her, said, no, it's not a perm. Said, that's all natural. He said, you can feel it if you want. Well, she reached in and she started digging her fingers through her hair, and she spit a loop. She hot tuied him. She went and spit right in his hair.
No way.
Yes, she did. And she's sitting there just rubbing it, like she was rubbing it in. And she said, I just wanted to let you know that a lot of us women would die for that head of hair. She said, see you later. And I was like, what just happened here? JJ got violated right here in front of my eyes.
I got me too.
got
me too.
Wow. I've never in my life, and JJ didn't know how to react because he didn't know if that was like a compliment or what it was. Here we go, Sissonville.
Michelle Maynard from Myrtle Beach is listening to us right now or watching us, and there's good tackle there by the Tigers. Very little gain. Well, number 20, we have another number change tonight. So somebody else hit us up in the comments.
Sean Ward says D&D always coming through clutch. Best sports network in the mountain. Sean, we appreciate you, my man. We sure miss you here. Michelle Maynard says Zach's dad and I are very proud of him. You should be proud. He's a very good coach. Watching from Myrtle Beach. Belinda Anderson says, I see my number 72, Eli Sperry. There we go, lined up in the gun, Joe, handoff.
And another tackle for loss for that interior defensive line.
Listen, this Chapmanville defense is slicing through that Indian offensive line like a hot knife through hot butter.
That's Sawyer Dalton, freshman, making the initial hit.
I said change that score, JJ.
I changed it on this side, but where my internet connection's bad, I had to reset the website to where it would do it.
And JJ, you have one job.
Man, come on.
One job, JJ.
I'm distracting him with my nonsense.
I'm just kidding. Timmy Meade says, thanks D&D and sponsors watching from Fort Wayne, Indiana. Appreciate you, Timmy Meade. It is our sponsors that make this whole thing go around. Thank you, guys, our sponsors and our fans.
3rd down and 10. Pitch out. Nice button spin move, and only a gain of about a half a yard.
Oh, he paid for that spin move. Hard hit there by number 25. Joe, who was that?
That's Cooper Perry, freshman. He has 4 tackles tonight, most of those on special teams, and also Dalton again, another freshman in on the tackle as well. Again,
is that Sawyer Dalton?
Yeah.
Listen, that kid right there is going to be a dandy in the Tiger uniform. Keep an eye on him.
This is a very strong freshman class, like we talked about all night long in the broadcast.
It is.
Next few years looking bright here on Crowley Creek. 1:20 and turning clock here in the 3rd quarter. Wesley Watson Jr. back deep. Timeout Indians.
So the Indians jump out for the timeout. During this timeout, we'll let JJ tell you about our great sponsors here.
Absolutely, and at the end of the day, we couldn't do it without you guys. I mean, you guys are the reason that we're able to stream these games. And I want to give a special shout-out to Eric on the drug. I want to give a shout-out to McCoy Dental. If you need any kind of dental work done to your mouth, this is the perfect place to go to. They will definitely take care of you. We want to thank the Wild and Wonderful Smoke in Logan, West Virginia, Jen Mars Services, the Logan Bank and Trust. We want to give a shout-out to Cheech's Pizza. If you're looking for some good pizza, that's the perfect place for you to go to. We want to give a shout-out to Southside Buildings and Carports, the Tuck Valley Wellness Clinic. You know, they always make sure that you're taken care of whenever you go down there. We want to give a shout-out to Missy Birchfield at State Farm. We also want to give a shout-out to Markham Law Office, Quality Metal Roofing, City Cuts, Restoration 1. And also we want to give a special shout-out to Domino Printing, the Pit Stop, and the Trail Fest that's going to be happening on October the 10th.
Yeah,
I got to tell you about Trail Fest, all right? Usually about 4,000 or 5,000 people go to it. Here comes the punt. End over in kick, bouncing inside the 30. Okay, so for about 12 years straight, when I worked at the radio station, you know, we sold ads, but I had to go over and do broadcasts from Trail Fest every year, all right? And everything. You know how they had the mud, they still had the mud pit at Trail Fest? Yeah. Guess what? I don't know if it lasted or not, but one year there was a couple from Indiana got married in the mud pit.
Oh wow!
Absolutely.
Wow.
I was there.
That would be a heck of a memory.
I was kicking and screaming because, you know, I didn't get a lot of time off and stuff, and my boss says, "No, you gotta go to Trail Fest on blah 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 day." And I was like, "Crap, not again, man!" Because it was in the middle of college football and high school season. I was broadcasting those. Okay, and someone said, "Oh, somebody's gonna get married in the mud pit." Oh, I got to go to that.
100%. If somebody gets married in a mud pit, you don't want to be the one not there.
Hey, it's taken me all night, but I finally got on Metro News. I finally got scores.
We've had a lot of scores going down.
Somebody's got some motor going up Crowley Creek. Graham, the G-Men, defeat Bluefield 10-0 for the third consecutive year.
It's almost as powerful as my Nissan.
The Polka Dots defeat Liberty Raleigh 24-8.
Big win there. Belfry leading GRC 28-21, Joe. No!
And
hammered.
Tackle for loss.
Joe, that was number 4 for the Indians. Who is that? I don't have the...
Well, let me rip the roster off the wall so I can see. That's Jacob Coleman, the senior. He's had a few tackles tonight.
Jacob Coleman on the tackle.
That'll probably be the final play of the third quarter.
And it is. That's going to wind us down as we will end the quarter, guys. It's Chapmanville leading 53-7. We'll be right back. Fourth quarter action coming up next here live on the D&D Sports Network. Guys, make sure you hit that like and share button. Finish this thing out with us, guys. Let's have an old midnight party here as you're watching Friday Night Football on the D&D Sports Network.
Stop by Treasures Unlimited, located in the old Highland Myers building in Kermit, West Virginia. They have a little bit of everything. Tents, TVs, furniture, bikes, bins. Whatever you need, they have you at Treasures Unlimited. They also want to say, Go Panthers! If you were pushed out of the area because of loss of work in the coal industry, look no longer. Jim Marr is here for you. Jim Marr is now hiring for all positions in the coal field. Stop by their offices in Logan, West Virginia or in Wheeling, West Virginia and apply today. If you're looking for a friendly and fun atmosphere to enjoy your daily cuisine, come to Cheech's Pizza in Lenore, West Virginia. Cheech's Pizza has world-renowned cheese sticks, delicious pizza, and the best subs in the pizza and pasta game. Don't forget to take advantage of our milkshake shop located inside. Bring your family down to meet ours. We are the place that treats you like family from the second you pull in the parking lot. We look forward to seeing you here at Cheech's Pizza.
Back here, guys, Tiger Country, Barker Stadium, Chapmanville leading 53-7 over the Sissonville Indians. Joe Kinser, J.J. Pruitt, and Darryl McCoy on the call.
Second down long for the Tigers. Third string quarterback getting some room and trying to get out to the outside. very little game, and that's going to be Jackson Ellison, the freshman, getting some valuable PT in a varsity game. So Wayne's leading Tulsa 21-7 in the Battle of Wayne County. Spring Valley all over South Point, Ohio, 55-20 as they defeat the Pointers.
Okay. Now, as you're sitting here, repeat that score. Tulsa and Wayne.
21-7 Wayne. Last report leading Tulsa.
Listen, David Thompson doing a good job with Tulsa being able to hang in there with Wayne.
3rd down 11, the ball at the 13-yard line. Jackson Ellison, the freshman. He's going to toss it out there, and it's going to be incomplete.
The southpaw number 13, Jackson Ellison, releases the pass.
So running clock the rest of the way. I've always wanted to go to a Bluefield-Graham game. That's right on the border, and it draws 10,000 people. It's on the ESPN's list of top rivalries in the United States.
Well, what's stopping you, Joe?
I've just never been able to go.
I mean, he's got somewhere to be next week. So,
yeah.
I mean, that could be.
Yeah, he ain't going to go to no ball game.
Well, it's tonight.
Oh.
Yeah. They defeated Bluefield. I just gave a score 3 minutes ago.
Joe ready to go watch dogs get groomed and do a ball game. Here we go. Nice punt.
Oh, that's a great.
Let's just say if I don't go, can I come sleep on your couch? Inside the 40 to the 38.
I got you. That was a beautiful punt there.
That was really
nice
good.
leg, Joe.
Absolutely. Burford's done a great job here tonight.
Oh, Clay County over Midland Trail, 28-7. Said Ashton is doing big things, kicking the ball. Yes, he is. Metro News has been sketchy all night, Bradley Dameron says.
Huntington defeated Hurricane 38-35. Morgantown in the third quarter leads Parkersburg 17-10. You went up there last year.
Yeah. Now I tell you, I would go back up there again. I really enjoyed my trip up there. Guys, you guys have did it again. Nearly 23,000 people watching tonight's ball game. And let's make that jump up there to about 25,000 guys. Let's finish this off strong. Hit that like and share button.
First down 10, the ball at the 38. Balog's going to hand it off this time, and short gain. And again, that's number 25, the freshman making the tackle, Cooper Perry. And this is valuable minutes for these underclassmen getting PT in a varsity game.
How about George Bonfonte says, watching the game from Buffalo, New York. Appreciate that, George. Appreciate you tuning in. And from the great state of New York there, Chris Dalton says also pretty impressive performance by number 15, Dakota Dalton.
Straight handoff this time, and a hip toss tackle that time.
There's number 55 in on the tackle.
And that's going to be Colton Farley, another freshman. Also, Levi Daniels, senior, getting PT right now.
Bradley Dalton says, I was a little surprised that Pendleton County beat Greenbrier West 27-21.
That's a good win for Pendleton. Pendleton, goes in cycles. Either they're good or either they're bad.
Yeah.
There's Evans across midfield. He's had a good evening. He'll have a first down for the Indians. It's like the Moorfield Yellow Jackets. Either they win a state championship or they go 0-10.
Yep.
Feast or famine. Have you ever been to Moorfield?
Nope. Can't say I have, Joe. George Bonfonte says, Dalton, is he a junior? No, Dalton is just a freshman, George.
Yep.
So you're going to have 4 years.
And he's good at basketball, isn't he?
He's a really good basketball player.
There's handoff this time, and nice tackle there by the Tigers.
Yeah, Dalton, that's what he was always known for was basketball. He's the all-time leading scorer at Chapmanville Middle School, and he was always known for basketball. And, but once he started playing football a few years ago, the rest is history. This kid, if he continues to develop and work with players like Matt Fry and them, he'll be playing Division I ball someday.
Farley and Cannon on the tackles for the Tigers. 2nd down 9. Defense trying to hold the Indians out of the end zone. They've done it all night. The only touchdown was on a kickoff return to open the game. There's a bad snap, and they're just going to have to fall on the back of midfield.
3:53 to go here, 53-7.
Evans fell on it there.
Yeah, this one's winding down. Guys, I want you guys to be thinking about who your Mingy Beef Jerky player of the game is. As we're winding down, let us know who you're recommending. We will definitely take your recommendation into strong consideration when we decide it.
So many people you can choose for Chapmanville.
Who would you say are the top 3 candidates for player of the game?
Cook, Pridemore, and Dalton.
Nice job.
A lot of action on that near sideline. And you got to stop each and play. Got somebody shaking up.
Big hit. That's a number 11 on the Sissonville.
That's John Wheeler, a senior. I remember him from last year.
George Bonfante says, "You got to be kidding me." No, we ain't, George. He is a freshman. Austin Atkins says, "Supporting from the hospital." Appreciate you, Austin. As Bradley Darren says, "I have Moorfield's press box." He heard Moorfield's press box is tiny, Joe.
Oh, I've been up there one time when Tuck Valley played them in the playoffs. They had the chicken poultry industry up there.
Yeah.
Oh, you can smell it as soon as you hit town. I'll just tell you that. Yeah, their press box is really, really, really tiny.
See, I'm taking number 11 to the sideline. Hope he's okay. If there's,
that's Wheeler.
If he wants to get back to 100%, the quickest amount of time possible, rebound back from your injury with Rebound Physical Therapy and Sports Performance. You'll see Derek Dalton and the crew there. He'll get you back on the playing field in no time.
Yeah, I like old Derek.
Derek's a great guy. Him and his dad, Greg.
Oh, I love Greg. Balog looking to pass, he's going to throw deep. He's got a man out there. It's jump ball, and it's
broken up by number 5, but they're going to call pass interference. I didn't see anything on that play, Joe.
I didn't either. That was Peyton Canterbury, the sophomore, on the coverage.
Yeah, I didn't see anything at all on that play. Guys, make sure you stick around after the game, as we will have the Jim Mars Services post-game report, and we'll get you caught up on all the scores from around the region, name the Mingy Beef Jerky player of the game, and give you our rundown on tonight's game. We're closing in on that 2-minute mark here. It's been a long night. Tigers taking care of business. Joe.
Yes, sir.
The very impressive performance here. If you're a Tiger fan, you got to be excited for this season.
Balog's going to throw it out there. It's going to be complete. It's going to be a first down and more. And dragged out of bounds inside the 10-yard line. On the reception was Jacob Coleman. Yeah, I tell you what, it's been really a fun night if you've been a Tiger fan. Defense has been strong. Offense, very, very effective.
Well, listen, Sissonville's closing out with a nice little drive here.
Yeah.
This is what you wanted to see if you're the coaching staff of the Indians.
And again, the Indians, they're trying to rebuild that program. They had to do it over around 15 years ago, and they had to rebuild for about 2 years, and then they had a nice 9-year run.
They did. Coach Hairston, that's what he's doing. He's just trying to figure out what pieces he's got and trying to move forward with it and get better week by week.
Toss pitch to Evans. Evans is one of those pieces, and he's going to be stopped around the 1 yard line.
Now, I promise you, if you're Zach Belcher, you don't want him to get in here. You want this defense to hold and not give up another score, Joe.
That was Cooper, the freshman, on the tackle. So for these youngsters, this is a little goal line stand.
Yeah, let's see here. Can they do it, or will they give up the points? About to find out.
Under center this time is Balog.
He's keeping it.
And
he got him.
He got it.
Did he get in?
No, yep, touchdown Indians.
Because Perry stopped him.
Yeah,
they just barely got in the end zone, evidently.
If they was replay, I would say that would be overturned. No, it looks like are they waving it off?
No, they stopped the clock.
Here we go.
Well, it's not quite going to be Midnight Madness, but it was close. But good crowd still on hand here.
I'm glad for Coach Harrison and the Indians being able to get that score and go back. At least know you done some positive things. Game started with that kick return, and we'll talk about that during the post-game show.
Start out positive and end on a positive.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's all about how you start and finish, right, Joe?
Absolutely.
People always say your last impression, is what everybody remembers. I don't know if that's going to be the case in this one, but, definitely a great last drive by the Indians. Did you see the Tigers meeting at midfield? That's going to be the final as 53-13. It's Chapmanville taking care of the Sissonville Indians. As we are sitting here, guys, we're going to take a quick break, and we will come right back on the Jim Mars Services post-game report, where we'll get you caught up on all the scores from around the region, give you the rundown of the game, and we'll name our Mingy Beef Jerky Player of the Game. All that coming up next.
If you got a big job to get done, don't just trust any flagging service. Call Diamond Flagging Service. Diamond Flagging Service keeps your community safe while also making sure it stays moving. Give Diamond Flagging Service a call today for their services. They also offer amazing job opportunities. Diamond Flagging Services, proud supporter of the Mountain Athletes. If you want to work for the nicest fleet of trucks around, call Eric's Trucking. Right now we are hiring for 18 and 10-wheeler drivers. Must have CDLs. Eric's Trucking is a proud supporter of the Mingo Central Miners, Tug Valley Panthers, and all mountain athletes.
This is where it all started, right here on this farm. We may have grown over the years, but we've never lost sight of what was important to us. We're continuing that tradition today, and we always will be for generations to come.
And we are back here, guys. Tiger Country here at Barker Stadium. It's Chapmanville taking care of business. 53-13 victory over the Sissonville Indians. You're watching the Jim Mars Services postgame report with Joe Kinser, J.J. Pruitt, and Darryl McCoy. Joe, as let's see if we're on the same page here. I think the Mingy Beef Jerky Player of the Game goes to none other than Robert Cook.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Cook, 9 carries, 100 yards, 2 touchdowns, 3 of 3 passing, 55 yards, 155 yards of total offense for the senior quarterback / running back here tonight.
Yeah, I think it was a really good performance by him. And, the thing I was most impressed about is how he showcased his leadership qualities when he really, he shared that spotlight with Dakota Dalton, and he's helping bring that the future of the Tigers along. Could not be more excited for the way that kid has taken mentored the young QB.
Well, here's the thing, he can mentor Dalton. He can run the show at quarterback. He's a senior, provides leadership. He can go back at running back, and also he can flanker out at wide receiver as well. Dakota Dalton, 7 carries, 68 yards, and a touchdown. Eli Pridemore had 67 yards tonight and 2 touchdowns. Andrew Topping, 1 carry, 1 touchdown here this evening as well. Cook, 3 of 3 passing for 55 yards. Dalton, 2 of 6, as Dalton had 29 yards passing. You take a look at receiving. Atkins, 3 catches for 57 yards. Topping, 2 for 27. And then passing over on the other end, Maddox Balog had 60 yards passing tonight to lead the stats for the Sissonville Indians.
Just really good performance here to start the season by Coach Zach Belcher. And, if I was going to give a co-MVP, it would be to the OC, James Barker, because he called great calls all night long, Joe. He was the big reason why this game was like it was.
Established that running game with Robert Cook starting out at quarterback, and then you mix it up. You put Dakota Dalton in there. Dakota's running it. You can give it to Pridemore. Cook getting some carries at running back position, and then when you go in the goal line, you go power ride, you go wishbone, and James Barker did a good job of mixing up the play calling, and Zach Belcher's defense did a superb job tonight as well. The only chink in the armor there for a couple times was the special teams. They gave up the opening kickoff of over 80 yards, and then the next time on a little bit of reverse on a kickoff, it was over a 40-yard return. Then after that, it was shored up. And then the punter, Burford, a couple great punts tonight, put one inside the 1-yard line. That led to a Tiger safety on defense. So the Zach Belcher era of 2024 getting off to a strong start, and next week they take on Clay County, a new opponent. No, Nicholas County, a new opponent for the Tigers this year.
Joe, as we sit here real quick, I want to give a score update brought to you courtesy of Double Quick. Get on the double at Double Quick, as we'll give you a rundown on the scores here from around the mountains. Are you ready for this, Joe?
I am ready.
Belfry, 28-21 on top of GRC.
Final?
Nope. It's not the final. Well, I guess it would probably be. It's probably over now. Well, I don't know. It's Pike County, both. Second game could still be going. Raceland, 21-14 victory over Letcher Central. Martin County takes care of business, 40-18 over Pike Central, revenging last year's loss in the Pike County Bowl. Lawrence County, 49-34 victory over Shelby Valley. Ashland, 42-6 Schlacken of West Jessamine. Bell County with the comeback victory, 36-31 over Boyd County. Knott Central takes care of Jackson County at home, 43-28. Russell falls to Greenup County, 38-9. Westside, 59-6 victory over Wyoming East. Perry Central, big win for Perry Central over Breathitt County, 52-35, and that was on the River Bend in Breathitt County. Also Magoffin County, 40-0 win over Lewis County. You can watch that on D&D Sports Network. Leslie County, 41-26 over Floyd Central. And this week, East Carter, 30-19 over Rowan County. Hazard getting another big win. They took down Paintsville and Harlan County in back-to-back weeks to start the season. Matt Chandler Air kicking off in a big way, 33-0 victory over the Black Bears. And then, Paintsville gets a spanking handed to them, 63-30 over Paris over Paintsville. And that will round out the scores from around the region. Guys, we want to thank each and every one of you guys for tuning in tonight. And we're going to let JJ, real quick, thank our great sponsors for making this broadcast possible.
Absolutely, and this is one of my favorite parts of the job, is to be able to have the opportunity to thank our sponsors. At the end of the day, we couldn't do it without you guys, and we are blessed and grateful for all of the support that you give us. We want to give a shout out to Eric Drug. McCoy Dental, if you need any kind of dental work done, they are the perfect place for you to go to get
Real
it.
quick, I hate to interrupt you, but look at the Tigers around the Hummer here, Joe, taking a picture on the Hummer down here. I wish I had this picture.
That is awesome.
Yeah, I'm not out there, so if somebody has it, please send it to us. Great picture here. As you see the Tigers on the RV, on the Hummer here as Military Appreciation Night. So go ahead, Joe, finish off for us.
Absolutely, and we want to thank the Wild and Wonderful Smoke Shop in Logan, West Virginia, Genmar Services, the Logan Bank and Trust. We want to thank Cheech's Pizza. You know, if you're looking for some good quality pizza, they are the perfect place for you to go to. We want to thank Southside Buildings and Carports. We want to give a shout out to Tug Valley Wellness Clinic, Missy Birchfield at State Farm. We want to thank the Mark and Blau office for everything that they do for us. We want to give a shout out to Quality Metal Roofing. If you're looking for some good quality tin roof for your house, they also offer carports as well. You know, you can definitely get that done there. They are the perfect. They also offer free estimates, and they will do everything that they can to help you get it done. We want to give a shout out to City Cuts if you're looking for a fresh haircut. My main man Darryl can vouch for them. They are the best in the business.
I went there today.
Absolutely.
To see Josh Kendrick and the crew.
Absolutely. We want to give a shout out to Restoration One. And last but not least, we want to give a shout out to Pit Stop in Gilbert, West Virginia, Domino Printing in Gilbert, West Virginia, and the Trail Fest that's going to start on October the 10th. If you're looking for a good experience and you're into that kind of thing, it is right up your alley, and you know, you got a month to prepare for it.
Yeah, absolutely you do. As guys, just been a great day all around here. As we've had a great ball game here. As Chapmanville and Sissonville got off long lightning delay, got us out of here a little longer. But listen, anytime we can spend more time at Barker Stadium, we'll take advantage of it. Guys, Joe Kinser, J.J. Pruitt, Darryl McCoy here. Real quick, guys, to get us out of here, let's see if we can get J.R. to give us an old Pat and War chant here. J.R.
One more. Tiger, Tiger, Tiger.
There you go, guys. Guys, we'll see you next Friday night. Till next time, so long and good.